Disclaimer. This show is for discussion and entertainment purposes only. The Finding Gnosis Show is a platform for open discussion, exploration, and opinion sharing. The views expressed by hosts, guests, and participants are personal opinions and do not constitute professional, medical, legal, or financial advice. All topics discussed are only intended to spark curiosity, entertain, and encourage independent thought. If any subject interests you, we strongly advise conducting your own thorough research using reliable and professional sources. Critical thinking and due diligence is key. Stay curious, stay informed, be well, be lucky, and don't be an arsehole.
Through the cosmic theme, heart to sky and dust to ground, rifling where no end is found. Silence hums its endless sound. In the void, my soul is bound. To sky and dust to ground, rising where no end is found. Silence hums its endless sound. In the void, my soul is bound. To sky and dust to ground, rising where no end is found. Silence hums its endless sound. In the void, my soul is bound. Of silence blow through my soul. Paths unknown begin to unfold. Shadows whisper truths untold. In this void I find my role. Oh, spirits guide me through the stream. Life and death are but a dream. Bardo's echo rides the beam, flowing through the cosmic theme. Mountains crumble, ashes rain. Stillness speaks through joy and pain. Climbing higher, I'll shed my chain, till only the essence will remain. Through the veil the visions spin. Wheels of karma turn within. Breath by breath I start again, melting in the eternal skin. Oh, spirits guide me through the stream. Life and death are but a dream. Bardo's echo rides the beam, flowing through the cosmic theme. Heart to sky and dust to ground, rifling where no end is found. Silence hums its endless sound. In the void, my soul is bound. to sky and dust to ground, rising where no end is found. Silence hums its endless sound. In the void, my soul is bound.
Hello. Welcome again to episode 39 of the Finding Gnosis Show. We are reading the Tibetan Book of the Dead again. And I believe we are here at the third method of closing the womb door. So we'll start very shortly. Hello and salutations to Question Mark, who's here already. Thank you for joining us, Question Mark. Good to see you as always. I enjoyed our chat last night. And there's a few others watching. Welcome. If you're there and you want to, do say hello. So I will continue reading it. People can catch up if they want and listen back later if they want to. Or, if they want to listen to the whole thing. There's, I think this is the third one now on the Tibetan Book of the Dead, so they can listen to the other two previous streams that are where we are reading this out as well. So we'll go ahead then. And we will read the third method of closing the womb door. Now, that is basically when you're about to be reborn, folks. So it's a way, it's like the last chance saloon. It's the way of preventing yourself from being born just as you are about to enter a womb, okay? And be sent forth into samsara again. You don't want that. You want to escape it. So this is the methodology of preventing it, at last instance. So the last chance of preventing your rebirth. And obviously, I just want to reiterate that apparently anybody can prevent themselves from being reborn. It isn't dependent on your karmic essence. It isn't dependent on what you did in life. It is dependent more so on knowledge and confidence in oneself. One's ability to rise above one's own fears, anxieties, and lack of confidence. One's ability to see illusions, and one's ability to do what is best for oneself. Okay, so the third method of closing the womb door. So we'll read it out. We might get a basic English summary if necessary, or just a little bit of an in-depth synopsis if necessary. Okay, the third method of closing the womb door then. So, still, if it be not closed even by that, and thou findest thyself ready to enter the womb, the third method of repelling attachment and repulsion is hereby shown unto thee. There are 4 kinds of birth. Birth by egg, birth by womb, supernormal birth, and birth by heat and moisture. Among these 4, birth by egg and birth by womb agree in character. As above said, the visions of males and females in union will appear. If at that time one entereth into the womb through the feelings of attachment and repulsion, one may be born either as a horse, a fowl, a dog, or a human being. If about to be born as a male, the feeling of itself being a male draweth upon the knower, and a feeling of intense hatred towards the father and of jealousy and attraction towards the mother is begotten. If about to be born as a female, the feeling of itself being a female dawneth upon the knower, and a feeling of intense hatred towards the mother and of intense attraction and fondness towards the father is begotten. Through this secondary cause, when entering upon the path of ether, just at the moment when the sperm and the ovum are about to unite, the knower experienced the bliss of simultaneously born state, during which state it fainteth away into unconsciousness. Afterwards it findeth itself encased in oval form, in the embryonic state, and upon emerging from the womb and opening its eyes, it may find itself transformed into a young dog. Formerly it had been a human being, but now, if it have become a dog, it findeth itself undergoing sufferings in a dog's kennel, or perhaps as a young pig in a pigsty, or as an ant in an anthill, or as an insect or a grub in a hole, or as a calf, or as a kid, as a goat, a young goat, or as a lamb, from which shape there is no immediate returning. Dumbness, stupidity, and miserable intellectual obscurity are suffered, and a variety of sufferings experienced. In like manner, one may wander into hell, or into the world of unhappy ghosts, or throughout the 6 locusts, and endure inconceivable miseries. Now, remember, guys, the 6 locusts are the 6 realms of existence. So, remember yesterday we had the God realm. If I remember rightly, that was a place of bliss, but also of pride. Then there was the angry gods realm. So that was a place where you had power and such, but you were terribly angry. So you akin to the gods of Jupiter and Mars. Then there was the human realm, where one had elements of bliss and anger, bliss and suffering, bliss and ignorance even at some points. Then there was the animal realm, which was a place of ignorance and subservience. Then there was the Preta realm, I believe it was called. It was a place of angry ghosts. So spirits who were jealous and envious, didn't necessarily have much power, but were just floating around the place being all jealous and envious. And finally, there was the Hell realm, a place of absence, lacking, and immense suffering. So they are the 6 lokas. Those who are voraciously inclined towards this sansaric existence, or samsaric, or those who do not at heart fear it, oh dreadful, alas, and those who have not received a guru's teachings will fall down into the precipitous depths of the samsara in this manner, and suffer interminably and unbearably. Rather than meet with a like fate, listen thou unto my words, and bear these teachings of mine at heart. Reject the feelings of attraction or repulsion, and remember one method of closing the womb door, which I am going to show to thee. Close the womb door, and remember the opposition. This is the time when earnestness and pure love are necessary. As hath been said, abandon jealousy and meditate upon the Guru Father Mother. As above explained, if to be born as a male, attraction towards the mother and repulsion towards the father, and if to be born as a female, attraction towards the father and repulsion towards the mother, together with a feeling of jealousy for one or the other, which ariseth, will dawn upon thee. For that time there is a profound teaching. O nobly born, when the attraction and repulsion arise, meditate as follows. Alas, what a being of evil karma am I, that I have wandered into the samsara hitherto, have been owing to attraction and repulsion. If I still go on feeling attraction and repulsion, then I shall wander in endless samsara and suffer in the ocean of misery for a long, long time by sinking therein. Now I must not act through attraction and repulsion. Alas for me. Henceforth I will never act through attraction and repulsion. Meditating thus, resolve firmly that thou wilt hold on to that resolution. It hath been said in the Tantras, the door of the womb will be closed up by that alone. O nobly born, do not be distracted. Hold thy mind one pointedly upon that resolution. Okay, so we get that. That was quite simplistic. We understand that. So basically, when you're moving towards the womb doors, as they put it, you will get a sense of being a male or a female suddenly, okay? And you will get a sense of being attracted to the mother or the father, that you may be moving towards. And the father being, if you are attracted towards the father, it means you're going to be a female. If you're attracted towards the mother, it means you are going to be a male, okay? And when you feel jealousy and anger and such towards the father or the mother, depending on the gender that is arising in you, it means you should become aware that you are about to enter the womb doors. You are moving towards rebirth, and at this time, one must repeat the mantra that I just stated here, and basically reject any feelings of repulsion or attraction, and basically settle down and try and impose on yourself a feeling of calm, okay, a feeling of unattachment. And it says here, if you do this, you will be able to prevent your rebirth. And you don't want to be reborn. It's saying, it's warning you not to be reborn, because you will enter into the depths of samsara, and who knows when you'll get out. It will go on and on and on, perhaps for a very, very long time indeed. And we all know that samsara is a place of suffering. That is the first rule, indeed, of Tibetan Buddhism. Life is suffering. So therefore, it's something best avoided if you can, if you can choose to avoid it. Okay, the fourth method of closing the womb. Again, even if that doth not close the womb, and one findeth oneself ready to enter the womb, then by means of teaching called the untrue and the illusory, the womb should be closed. That is to be meditated as follows. Okay. So again, this is a meditation to say to yourself, if you find yourself in this strange place, moving towards a womb door, moving towards rebirth. So here's what you should say to prevent yourself from being reborn and to close those womb doors. This is the fourth method of closing the womb door. Oh, the pair, the father and the mother, the black rain, the storm blasts, the clashing sounds, the terrifying apparitions, and all the phenomena are, in their true nature, illusions. Howsoever they may appear, no truth is there in them. All substances are unreal and false, like dreams and like apparitions are they. They are non-permanent, they have no fixity. What advantage is there in being attached to them? What advantage is there in having fear and terror of them? It is the seeing of the non-existent as the existent. All these are hallucinations of one's own mind. The illusory mind itself doth not exist from eternity. Therefore, where should these external phenomena exist? Okay. I, by not having understood these things in that way hitherto, have held the non-existent to be the existent, the unreal to be the real, the illusory to be the actual, and have wandered in the samsara so long. And even now, if I do not recognize them to be illusions, then wandering in the samsara for long ages, I shall be certain to fall into the morass of various miseries. Indeed, all these are like dreams, like hallucinations, like echoes, like the cities of the odor eaters, like mirage, like mirrored forms, like the phantasmagoria, like the moon seen in water, not real even for a moment. In truth, they are unreal, they are false. By holding one pointedly to that train of thought, the belief that they are real is dissipated, and that being impressed upon the inner continuity of consciousness, one turneth backwards. If the knowledge of the reality be impressed deeply in that way, the womb door will be closed and you will be saved from being reborn in the realm of suffering. Okay, so basically, It has a meditation for you to say, a mantra, something to meditate upon when you are faced with the womb doors and you are moving towards them, and when you are being seduced to move towards them by feelings that, you know, being reborn, life in this world will have something good to offer you that will make it worthwhile. It is showing you that your thoughts of things being worthwhile down here are illusory. There's nothing worth coming to Earth for. That is basically what it's saying, and it's reminding you of that. Okay, and also it's saying, so things that are attracting you, okay, things that you feel like, oh, that looks good, I want to have a bit of that. It's saying, look, these are just illusions. These are just seductory things that are trying to pull you in. It's a trap. Okay, remember that these things are not worth what is down there. Okay. And secondly, I think some of it might be related to what it has said previously in the book, that sometimes one might feel angry or like, and by what one sees, and it might arise in oneself a state of a feeling to need to be heroic, to need to be a savior, to save someone or something that is down there. But the truth is, this again is illusory, because there is no saving anything on Earth. That's what it ultimately is saying. And even if you do step down, you are going to enter into samsara, and who knows when you're going to get out. So a very dangerous thing to do, not a thing you would do to yourself if you loved yourself and if you thought carefully about matters. Best avoided. So the fifth method of closing the womb door. Still, even when this is done, if the holding phenomena as real remaineth undissolved, the womb door is not closed, and if one be ready to enter into the womb, thereupon one should close the womb door by meditating upon the clear light. This being the fifth method, the meditation is performed as follows. Lo, all substances are mine own mind, and this mind is vacuousness, is unborn and unceasing. Thus meditating, allow the mind to rest in the uncreated state, like, for example, the pouring of water into water. The mind should be allowed its own easy mental posture in its natural or unmodified condition, clear and vibrant. By maintaining this relaxed, uncreated state of mind, the womb doors of the four kinds of birth are sure to be closed. Meditate thus until the closing is successfully accomplished. And then there are some instructions. So that's the meditation, guys. The last meditation, literally your last chance, because this is the fifth method of closing the womb door, and there isn't a sixth one. So this is literally, if you're at this stage, this is literally the last chance, literally. And so here are some instructions to the officiant, the person who is reading the Tibetan Book of the Dead, to the person on their deathbed, or the person who has recently departed this world, who has died. And here are the instructions to that person reading the Tibetan Book of the Dead at this point. So many very profound teachings for closing the womb door have been given above. It is impossible that they should not liberate people of the highest, the average and the lowest intellectual capacity. If it be asked why this should be so, it is because, firstly, the consciousness in the Bardo, and remember the Bardo is the place between death and rebirth. So firstly, the consciousness in the Bardo possessing supernormal power of perception of a limited kind. Whatever is spoken to one then is apprehended. Secondly, because although formerly deaf or blind, here at this time all one's faculties are perfect, and one can hear whatever is addressed to one. Thirdly, being continually pursued by awe and terror, one thinketh what is best. And being alertly conscious, one is always coming to hear whatever may be told to one. Since the consciousness is without a prop, it immediately goeth to whatever place the mind directeth. Fourthly, it is easy to direct it. The memory is mindfold more lucid than ever before. Even though stupid before in life, at this time, by the workings of karma, the intellect becometh exceedingly clear and capable of meditating whatever is taught to it. Hence, the answer is, it is because it, i.e. the knower, possesseth these virtues. Okay, that the performance of funeral rites should be officious is likewise because of that reason. Therefore, the perseverance in the reading of the great Bardo Thodol for 49 days is of the utmost importance. Even if not liberated at one setting face to face, one ought to be liberated at another. This is why so many different settings face to face are necessary. So don't give up on the dying person or the dead person. Keep reading and repeating the Tibetan Book of the Dead, so they get the knowledge that they need to attain, because apparently anyone can be saved, even someone who was not able to read in life, was illiterate or blind or deaf or dumb, or was had some kind of intellectual inability. They can even be saved, because in death, in the Bardo, they have the ability to understand even better than we do here in life. So giving them the information will be truly beneficial. So we go on then to the choosing of the womb door. Okay. So I presume this is if things haven't gone according to plan, or if someone feels an overwhelming need to be reborn. Anyway, there's instructions here again to the officiant. That's the person who is reading the Tibetan Book of the Dead to the person who is dying or is dead on the bed. There are nevertheless many classes of those who, though reminded and instructed to direct their thoughts one-pointedly, are not liberated, owing to the great force of evil karmic obscurations, and because of being unaccustomed to pious deeds, and of being much accustomed to impious deeds throughout the aeons. Therefore, if the womb door hath not been closed ere this, a teaching also for the selection of a womb door is going to be given hereinafter. Now, invoking the aid of all the Buddhas and the Bodhisattvas, repeat the refuge, and once more, calling the deceased by name, thrice speak as follows. O nobly born, so and so, listen. Although the above setting face-to-face teachings have been given one-pointedly, yet thou hast not understood them. Therefore, if the womb door hath not been closed, it is almost time to assume a body. Make thy selection of the womb according to this best teaching. Listen attentively and hold it in mind. So basically, if someone has unbelievably terrible, evil karma in their back pocket, or because they were not at all, and also at the same time they were unaccustomed to religion or pious deeds as well, and very much more accustomed to impious deeds throughout their life. These types of people are in danger of, not being able to take seriously, the methodology of preventing one's rebirth, and so they may find themselves with no option but to be in that position of having to choose a womb to enter for rebirth. Okay, so it moves on here to the premonitory visions of the place of rebirth. So it sounds like the person will get a glimpse at the possibilities for where they will be born. So it goes on here. O nobly born, now the signs and characteristics of the place of birth will come. Recognize them. In observing the place of birth, choose the continent too. If to be born in the eastern continent of Lupa, A lake adorned with swans, male and female, floating thereon will be seen. Go not there. Recollect the revulsion against going there. If one goeth there, that continent, though endowed with bliss and ease, is one wherein religion doth not predominate. Therefore, enter not there. So basically, it's talking about don't go to a place where there isn't good religious thought, because you're again more likely to enter into the Bardo when you die again without having that in your back pocket, as in without having any religious customs to be able to be inspired upon as you meditate and as you try to escape samsara. So it's saying don't go to places full of atheists, or I suppose people who are not Tibetan Buddhists. Maybe that's kind of what it's saying. If to be born in the southern continent of Jambu, grand delightful mansions will be seen. Enter therein if one is to enter. So, okay, it kind of thinks the continent of Jambu is good for some reason. It looks like a place of opulence and socio-economic wellness. If to be born in the western continent of Balang Chod, a lake adorned with horses, male and female, grazing on its shores will be seen. Go not even there, but return here. Although wealth and abundance are there, that being a land wherein religion doth not prevail, enter not there. So again, it doesn't. It's saying to stay away from places that aren't religious, because without that spirituality or that link to spirituality, one is in danger of being trapped in samsara in the future. If to be born in the northern continent of Damyinyan, a lake adorned with male and female cattle grazing on its shores, or trees round about it will be seen. Although duration of life and merits are there, yet that continent too is one wherein religion doth not predominate, therefore enter not. So again, another warning not to enter a place that isn't religious. These are the premonitory signs or visions of the taking rebirth in those continents. Recognize them, enter not. Okay. Right. If one is to be born as a diva, I mean, that's a god, okay? Delightful temples or mansions built of various precious metals will be seen. One may enter therein or enter therein. Okay, so that's the type of god who is having a blissful experience, basically, blissful and feels proud. So I suppose if you're going to have an experience, that might be the one to go for. If to be born as an Asura, either a charming forest will be seen, or else circles of fire revolving in opposite directions. Recollect the revulsion and do not enter therein by any means. Yes, I'd have to look that up. I think that might be the angry gods. I'm not sure. Just bear with me. I'm looking up. So this is one of the traps in the Bardo, the intermediate state after death. Yes. Okay, so basically it is what I said. It's if you are succumbed or propelled to enter or to move towards rebirth in the Asura. So the Asura is the demigod or the jealous god realm. Yeah, so that is the place of Jupiter, Mars. So yes, it's saying a charming forest will be seen. The lovely grove is a vision tailored to your habitual clinging to sensual pleasure. It appears inviting, lush, harmonious. Exactly the kind of environment that would lure someone who's drawn to enjoyment of the senses. Circles of fire revolving in opposite directions. These swirling rings of flame symbolize the Asura temperament, competitive, turbulent, angry, their emotion in opposing directions, hints at inner conflict, envy, and discord. All the hallmarks of the Asura mind. And it says, recollect the revulsion and do not enter therein by any means. So basically, it's a terrible place to be. You don't want to be born there. The instruction here is to awaken your discernment. Remember how the Asura state is marked by jealousy, strife, and endless contention. You're never happy. Cultivate a genuine sense of revulsion towards these illusory realms and refuse to let their seductive imagery pull you in. Okay. In practical terms, then, when in the Bardo, you encounter either of these compelling visions, recognize them for what they are, skillfully crafted projections that will lead to a painful, conflict-ridden rebirth by calling the true nature of the Asura realm and deliberately turning away, i.e. not entering therein. You preserve the opportunity for a more favorable rebirth. Okay. Righto. Curious Curmudgeon, nice name there, says, I wonder if you are allowed to take a notepad with you, because there's no way I would remember all this if faced with all these options. Yeah, this is why you've got to have someone nearby reading the Tibetan Book of the Dead, you know, when you're about to die, and for 49 days after you die. Failing that, it's probably best practice that we all play it on the loop, okay? On some kind of speaker in our home in case we drop dead, so at least we can hear it. It might save us, Okay. So if to be born amongst the beasts, this is the animals, rock caverns and deep holes in the earth, and mists will appear. Enter not therein. Okay, so yeah, it's saying you don't want to be born as an animal, because it's a place of suffering and subservience to nature, not being able to rise above nature. If to be born amongst pretas, that's the kind of envious ghosts, if we remember. Desolate treeless plains and shallow caverns, jungle glades and forest wastes will be seen. If one goeth there, taking birth as a preta, one will suffer various pangs of hunger and thirst. Recollect the revulsion and do not enter there by any means. Exert great energy not to enter therein. If to be born in hell, okay, that's a fucking nice thought, isn't it? Fuck. So anyway, if to be born in hell, songs like wailings due to evil karma will be heard. One will be compelled to enter therein unresistingly. So it sounds like you'll have a siren on the rocks singing seductively to you. Okay, trying to get you to come towards your doom. Lands of gloom, black houses and white houses, and black holes in the earth, and black roads along which one hath to go will appear. If one goeth there, one will enter into hell, and suffering unbearable, pains of heat and cold will be very long in getting out of it. So you'll be there for a very, very, very long time. Go not there into the midst of that. It hath been said, exert thine energy to the utmost. This is needed now. Okay, so don't choose hell. Then it moves on to the protection against the tormenting furies. Okay. So I don't know what this is about, but it seems like something will torment us furiously. Okay. O nobly born. Although one liketh it not, nevertheless, being pursued from behind by karmic tormenting furies, one fleeth compelled involuntarily to go on. So, yes, so basically there's going to be the karma from your earthly sins, your evil, is going to be tormenting you, and basically you're going to be chased by all manner of creatures and demons trying to scare you and rush you into choosing a womb, as it were, and it might make you hurry your decision, not think about it, not contemplate it, not meditate on it, and you might make an erroneous decision, and you might end up in the beastly world, the Asura realm, the hell realm, even the human realm. None of them are much good, to be honest. The Preta realm, so it's not something you want to do. I mean, if you're gonna choose one, if you have to, it would be the what do they call it? The god one, the highest one. Deva, Deva. Yeah. And that one then is full of delightful temples or mansions built of various precious metals. So remember that one, guys. You might thank me later. Basically, delightful temples or mansions built from shimmering metals. So you might see temples made out of gold, silver, that kind of thing, platinum, shining in the sun or the moonlight. Okay. Anyway, we'll go on to this. A nobly born, although one liketh it not, nevertheless, being pursued from behind by karmic tormentive furies, one feels, compelled involuntarily to go on, and with tormenting furies in the front, and life cutters as a vanguard leading one, and darkness and karmic tornadoes, and noises and snow and rain, and terrifying hailstorms and whirlwinds of icy blasts occurring, there will arise the thought of fleeing from them. Thereupon, by going to seek refuge because of fear, one beholdeth the aforesaid visions of great mansions, rock caverns, earth caverns, jungles, and lotus blossoms, which close on entering them, and one escapeth by hiding inside one of such places, and fearing to come out therefrom, and thinking to go out is not good now, and fearing to depart therefrom, one will feel greatly attracted to one's place of refuge, which is the womb. Fearful lest by going out, the awe and terror of the bardo will meet one, and afraid to encounter them, if one hids oneself within the place of the womb chosen, one will thereby assume a very undesirable body and suffer various sufferings. Okay. So if you move in fear and you hide, you will be hiding in a womb, and you will then be reborn with many, many problems and suffer terribly. That condition is an indication that evil spirits and rakshasas or demons are interfering with one. For this time there is a profound teaching. Listen, a healer. Okay, so basically you will you haven't been born. You won't be born with that body, but you will, in hiding, you will suddenly start feeling suffering and such. But you're still not reborn. So you still have time, and it's telling you to remember this profound teaching. At that time, when the tormenting furies will be in pursuit of thee, and when awe and terror will be occurring, instantaneously visualize either the supreme Heruka or Hayagriva or Vajrapani or any other tutelary deity, if thou hast such, perfect of form, huge of body, massive limbs, wrathful and terrifying in appearance, capable of reducing to dust all mischievous spirits. Visualize it instantaneously. The gift waves and the power of its grace will separate thee from the tormenting furies, and thou wilt obtain the power to select the womb door. This is the vital art of the very profound teaching. Therefore, bear it thoroughly well in mind. Oh, nobly born, the Dhyani and other deities are born of the power of samadhi or meditation. Pretas or unhappy spirits or shades, and malignant spirits of certain orders are those who, by changing their feeling or mental attitude, the intermediate assume that very which they after retained, and pretas or evil spirits and rakshasas, possessed of the power of shapeshifting. All pretas who exist in space, who traverse the sky and the 80,000 species of mischievous spirits, have become so by changing their feelings while in the mental body on the Bardo plane. So at this time, if one can recollect the great symbol teachings concerning the voidness, that will be the best, okay? If one be not trained in that, train the mental powers into regarding all things as an illusion or maya. Even if this be impossible, be not attracted by anything. By meditating upon the tutelary deity, the great compassionate one, Buddhahood will be obtained in the Sambhoga Kaya. That's interesting. It sounds like you can still be saved there. So get a little. Will we get a little breakdown of that? Why not? I mean, we're nearly at the end, so why not? Okay. Yeah. So this is a summary then, guys, of this passage. This is a protection against the tormenting furies. Okay. There will be a perilous pursuit after death. At this stage, you are chased by karmic tormenting furies from behind and confronted up front by life cutters, darkness, storms, hail, snow, and howling winds. Driven by fear, you instinctively seek refuge. But the sanctuaries are deceptive. You glimpse inviting visions, grand halls, rock and earth caverns, jungles, lotus flowers, but each closes behind you, trapping you inside. Paralyzed by terror of the bardo around you, you cling to whichever refuge you've hidden in, unwittingly sealing your rebirth into dun 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 an undesirable womb. Okay. These evil interferences, these snares are set by evil spirits and rakshasas who exploit your fear to force a painful rebirth. But there is some solution, the profound countermeasure. Okay, if you find yourself okay, instantly visualize a wrathful protector. So these are some kind of gurus or Buddhas who are in the habit of protection. These are Haruka, Hayagriva, Vajrapani, or your own tutelary deity, some type of god. Magnificent, terrible to malevolent forces whose compassion and power blast away the tormenting furies and grant you the clarity to choose a favorable womb door. Okay. Then there's the nature of beings in the Bardo. So just as arhats and deities manifest through meditative power, unhappy spirits or pretas, demons, and shapeshifters are born from disturbed mental attitudes in the intermediate state. And it says here, the ultimate practice is emptiness. If you've been trained in the view of voidness, recollect it now. Illusory nature, if not, regard all phenomena as illusion. Remember non-attraction. At a minimum, refuse to be drawn to anything. And remember your tutelary meditation. By focusing on your compassionate deity, you can transcend rebirth altogether and attain Buddhahood in the Sambhoga Kaya. So there you go. You can actually still be saved here. In essence, when terror and seductive visions arise, do not flee into them. Instead, fix your mind on wrathful protective deity or on the emptiness illusion, which both dispels the threats and frees you to choose a beneficial rebirth or even full liberation. Right. Lovely. Okay. Yvonne says, one must be of true faith at this point, no fear. He says, the Bardo Thodol, which means liberation through hearing during the intermediate state. That's right. Was that the Chinyid Bardo? Or the Chinyid Thodol? I can't, we'll have to look that up, but yeah. Okay. D Prophet says, hello, my loves. May the light of the Creator guide you through this dark and fallen world. Thank you, Prophet, for your well wishes. And yeah. Okay. And Divine Hazel says, hello, D&W peeps. Nice to be here. Lovely for you to be here indeed. Okay. So then we have the alternative choosing, supernormal birth or womb birth. If, however, O nobly born, thou hast, because of the influence of karma, to enter into a womb, the teaching for the selection of the womb door will be explained now. Listen. Do not enter into any sort of womb which may become by. If compelled by tormenting furies to enter, meditate upon Hayagriva. Since thou now possesseth a slender supernormal power of foreknowledge, all the places of birth will be known to thee, one after another. Choose accordingly. There are two alternatives: the transference of the consciousness principle to a pure Buddha realm, and the selection of the impure samsaric womb door to be accomplished as follows. Okay. Supernormal birth by transference to a paradise realm. May perpetual pleasure be yours. We used to have this fella coming on here called Perpetual Pleasurist. Haven't heard from him for a while. Maybe I hope he's all right. Anyway, I think he is. I did comment on his channel. He is okay. He's just doing his own thing. Fair play. Anyway, supernormal birth by transference to a paradise realm. In the first, the transference to a pure paradise, the projection is directed by thinking or meditating thus. Alas, how sorrowful it is that I, during all innumerable kalpas since illimitable, beginningless time until now, have been wandering in the quagmire of samsara. Oh, how painful that I have not been liberated into Buddhahood by knowing the consciousness to be the self hitherto ere this. Now doth this samsara disgust me, horrify me, sicken me. No, hath the hour come to prepare to flee from it. I myself will so act as to be born in the happy Western realm at the feet of the Buddha Amitabha, miraculously from amidst a lotus blossom. Thinking thus, direct the resolution or wish earnestly to that realm, or likewise to any realm thou mayest desire, the preeminently happy realm, or the thickly formed, or the realm of those of long hair, or the illimitable vihara of the lotus radiance. In Urgyan's presence, or direct thy wish to any realm which thou desirest most, in undistracted one-pointedness of mind. By doing so, birth will take place in that realm instantaneously. Okay. Sounds good. Or, if thou desirest to go to the presence of Maitreya in the Tashita heavens by directing an earnest wish in like manner and thinking, I will go to the presence of Maitreya in the Tashita heavens, for the hour hath struck for me here in the intermediate state. Birth will be obtained miraculously inside a lotus blossom in the presence of Maitreya. Okay. And then there's the womb birth, the return to the human world. If, however, such a supernormal birth be not possible, and one delighteth in entering a womb, or hath to enter, there is a teaching for the selection of the womb door of impure samsara. Listen up. Looking with thy supernormal power of foresight over the continents as above, choose that in which religion prevaileth and enter therein. So if you are going to be born as a human, make sure you choose a religious place, and it would seem preferably Tibet, yeah, or wherever the Dalai Lama lives now. He doesn't live in Tibet anymore, does he? Where does he live? In India somewhere? If birth is to be obtained over a heap of impurities, a sensation that is sweet smelling will attract one towards that impure mass, and birth will be obtained thereby. Okay. Whatsoever they, the wombs or visions, may appear to be, do not regard them as they are or seem. And by not being attracted or repelled, a good womb should be chosen. In this, too, since it is important to direct the wish, direct it thus. I ought to take the birth. I ought to take birth as a universal emperor, or as a Brahmin, like a great Saldri, or as the son of an adept in Siddhic powers, or in a spotless hierarchical line, or in the caste of a man who is filled with religious faith, and being born so, be endowed with great merit, so as to be able to serve all sentient beings. Thinking thus, direct thy wish and enter into the womb. At the same time, emit thy gift waves of grace or goodwill upon the womb which thou art entering, transforming it thereby into a celestial mansion, and believing that the conquerors and their sons, or bodhisattvas of the 10 directions, and the tutelary deities, especially the great compassionate one, are conferring powers thereon, pray unto them and enter the womb. In selecting the womb door thus, there is a possibility of error. Through the influence of karma, good wombs may appear bad and bad wombs may appear good. Such error is possible at that time too. The art of the teaching being important, thereupon do as follows. Even though a womb may appear good, do not be attracted. If it appear bad, have no repulsion towards it. To be free from repulsion and attraction, or from the wish to take or to avoid. To enter in the mood of complete impartiality is the most profound of arts. Excepting only for the few who have had some practical experience in psychical development, it is difficult to get rid of the remnants of the disease of evil propensities. And then there follows some instructions to the officiant, the person reading this to the dead person or the person who is about to die. Therefore, if unable to part with the attraction and repulsion, those of the least mentality and of evil karma will be liable to take refuge amongst brutes. The way to repel therefrom is to call the deceased by name again thus: O nobly born, if thou art not able to rid thyself of attraction and repulsion, and know not the art of selecting the womb door, whichever of the above visions may appear, call up on the precious Trinity and take refuge therein. Pray unto the great compassionate one, walk with thy head erect, know thyself in the bardo, cast away all weakness and attraction towards thy sons and daughters, or any relations left behind thee. They can be of no use to thee. Enter upon the white light path of the devas, or upon the yellow light path of human beings. Enter into the great mansions of precious metals and into the delightful gardens. So then there's some instructions to the officiant. Repeat that address to the deceased 7 times over. Then there should be offered the invocation of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. The path of good wishes, giving protection from fears in the bardo. The root words or verses of the bardo, and the rescuer or path of good wishes for saving from the ambuscades or dangerous narrow passageways of the bardo. These are to be read over thrice. The Thodol, which liberateth the body aggregate, should also be read out. Then the right, which conferreth of itself liberation in the virtue of propensity, should be read too. Okay. The general conclusion then: by reading of these properly, these devotees or yogis who are advanced in understanding can make the best use of the transference at the moment of death. They need not traverse the intermediate state, but will depart by the great straight upward path. Others who are a little less practiced in things spiritual, recognizing the clear light in the Chonyad Bardo, at the moment of death will go by the upward course. Those lower than these will be liberated in accordance with their particular abilities and karmic connections. When one or other of the peaceful and wrathful deities dawneth upon them during the succeeding 2 weeks while in the Chonyad Bardo, there being several turning points, liberation should be obtained at one or other of them through recognizing. But those of very weak karmic connections, whose mass of obscuration is great because of evil actions, have to wander downwards and downwards to the Sidpa Bardo. Yet, since there are, like the rungs of a ladder, many kinds of settings face to face or remindings, liberation should have been obtained at one or another by recognizing. But those of the weakest karmic connections, by not recognizing, fall under the influence of awe and terror. For them, there are various graded teachings for closing the womb door and for selecting the womb door. And at one or other of these, they should have apprehended the method of visualization and applied the illimitable virtues thereof, of exalting one's own condition. Even the lowest of them, resembling the brute order, will have been able, in virtue of the application of the refuge, to turn from entering into misery, and obtaining the great boon of a perfectly endowed and freed human body, will in the next birth, meeting with a guru who is a virtuous friend, obtain the saving vows. If this doctrine arrive while one is in the Sidpa Bardo, it will be like the connecting up of good actions, resembling thus the placing of a trough in the break of a trough in the break of a broken drain. Such is this teaching. Those of heavy evil karma cannot possibly fail to be liberated by hearing this doctrine and recognizing. If it be asked why, it is because at that time, all the peaceful and wrathful deities being present to receive one, and the Maras and the interrupters likewise coming to receive one along with them, the mere hearing of this doctrine then turneth one's views, and liberation is obtained. For there is not flesh and blood body to depend upon, but a mental body which is easily affected. At whatever distance one may be wandering in the bardo, one heareth and cometh, for one possesseth the slender sense of supernormal perception and foreknowledge, and recollecting and apprehending instantaneously, the mind is capable of being changed or influenced. Therefore, is it of great use here. It is like the mechanism of a catapult. It is like the moving of a big wooden beam or log which 100 men cannot carry, but which by being floated upon the water can be towed wherever desired in a moment. It is like the controlling of a horse's mouth by means of a bridle. Therefore, going near the body of one who hath passed out of this life, if the body be there, impress this upon the spirit of the deceased vividly again and again until blood and the yellowish water secretion begin to issue from the nostrils. At that time, the corpse should not be disturbed. The rules to be observed for this impressing to be efficacious are: no animal should be slain on account of the deceased, nor should relatives weep or make mournful wailings near the dead body. Let the family perform virtuous deeds as far as possible. In others' way, too, this great doctrine of the Bardo Thodol, as well as any other religious texts, may be expounded to the dead or dying. If this doctrine be joined to the end of the guide and recited along with the guide, it becometh very efficacious. In yet other ways, it should be recited as often as possible. The words and meanings should be committed to memory by everyone, and when death is inevitable and death symptoms are recognized, strength permitting, one should recite it oneself and reflect upon the meanings. If strength doth not permit, then a friend should read the book and impress it vividly. There is no doubt as to its liberating. The doctrine is one which liberateth by being seen, without the need of meditation or of the sadhana. This profound teaching liberateth by being heard or by being seen. This profound teaching liberateth those of great evil karma through the secret pathway. One should not forget its meaning and the words, even though pursued by 7 mastiffs. By this select teaching, one obtaineth Buddhahood at the moment of death, where the Buddhas of the 3 times, the past, the present, and the future, seek. They could not find any doctrine transcending this. Thus is completed the profound heart drops of the Bardo doctrine called the Bardo Thodol, which liberateth embodied beings. Here endeth the Tibetan Book of the Dead. So we read it, folks. There we go. Lovely jubbly. I will quickly look up this word here, sadhana, and see what that's all about. Just bear with me. Okay, in Sanskrit, sadhana literally means means of accomplishing or a way to attain. In spiritual context, it refers to a disciplined practice or set of techniques undertaken with the goal of realizing some higher state, whether that's self-realization, union with the divine, or awakening of particular energies or the full blossoming of compassion and wisdom. Okay, lovely. Jubbly. Right. Well, there we go, guys. We read it. There is an appendix, I believe. And it's just a load of mantras and stuff for people to say. We won't go through those, but there's a good few of them there. And yeah, we have read the Tibetan Book of the Dead, which is good, isn't it? I think. And if you want it, you can look it up on Google. It is free to find. This one is from, is it holybooks.com or something? Yeah, holybooks.com. So there you go. You can get free access to a PDF version there. And you can read it as much as you like, whenever you like, if you want to. But that's it. That's all, folks. So if you want to come on now and talk, please do. We can chat about whatever you want. Do feel welcome. If not, it's fine. We can end the show, and we'll be back tomorrow with something else. Tomorrow's Wednesday. We do usually have shows Mondays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. Sorry, Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, usually. But we have been doing extra shows because we have been reading, and it's been good to get the work read rather than, being drawn out. But I think we'll leave the reading aside for about a week or two until we find another topic we want to read about. Maybe we'll do a little bit more deep dives into stuff, researching as we go kind of thing. Maybe we might do some kind of presentation or something on something if anybody's got any ideas. I know we will have a chat about this or that as well along the way. I think there's a lady coming on Friday who is a recovering fentanyl addict. So that's good. All good. So yeah, I'll share the link, guys. You can come on and talk if you want to. If not, that's totally fine. We'll just end the show and we'll come back another day. And that other day will be tomorrow. I still don't know what topic I'll talk about tomorrow. So the link is in chat. Do come on and say hello if you want to. Okay. King Capricornio is here. Hello. Yeah, Yvonne does have an amazing wealth of knowledge. Okay. And King Capricornio, welcome. Okay. Yvonne says they're going to have supper. Well, bon appetit, my friend. Enjoy. Right. Righto. Divine says energy has shifted amazingly in 2 days' time. Okay, great. Wonderful. Lovely. Super. Right. Yes, an early night tonight, eh? Hello to Curious Curmudgeon again. Get off my... I presume that's land, right? Nice. I like the image there, bro. Clint Eastwood, isn't it? I do like Clint Eastwood in some of his films where he's like not necessarily the cowboy ones where get off my lawn, get off my lawn. There's one where he plays this he often ends up playing some kind of alcoholic detective who is like really like a recovering alcoholic or something. He's broken up with his wife or something and is just really really sober now and able to see through all the shit. What's that film he was in where with the monkey? I never watched that one. That was a bit dodgy, wasn't it? I suppose. The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. That's a good film. But anyway, if anybody wants to come on now, the link is in chat. If not, it's cool. We'll end it. I will play meditation, I suppose, and we can chill out until somebody comes, or not, whatever. Yeah. Okay, guys. I think we'll leave it there then, guys. I mean, you can do other stuff, go and watch other stuff, do other stuff. There's no point coming here all the time. So we will be back tomorrow. And, you know, I look forward to talking to you then about something. Maybe we'll just have a chin wag, you know. Let's just see where it goes, you know. But yeah, have a think about any topics. Oh, we have a visitor. Hello there.
Oh, you're headed out? All right.
No, it's cool, man. If you want to chat, it's cool. We can chat for a bit. Cool. So how you doing? You okay?
Yeah, I just finished work, so tuning in. Yeah.
Well, we got through that. I mean, there is an appendix at the back full of all these like prayers and stuff, but I didn't read that. I just want to know what to do in that bit, you know. It was interesting to some degree. It did kind of inspire some thoughts that I wouldn't have had otherwise, you know. I'm not saying I necessarily believe it, but I mean, it did make me think a lot about illusions, you know, which is good, I suppose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what's your plan now?
What?
What's your plan now?
What, right now?
Well, I mean, like moving forward, because you said you're going to take a break or something.
No, not take a break. It's just, I mean, I'm not going to probably read every night, you know,
Okay.
because when I read a book, I need to kind of commit to streaming like successively, because otherwise we forget what it was about. I mean, I'll do it now and again, but I can't commit to it every night. You know what I mean? I mean that Pistis Sophia took a lot out of me, to be honest with you. And I don't mind reading, but it's just maybe read something else. You know, it's the timing of it, right? You know, I mean, I wouldn't mind reading. For me, it's late. You know what I mean? So there's that. Like, I don't mind chit chatting sometimes, but sometimes reading and all these thinking deeply about things when I'm reading, it's a bit energy draining. You know, I like to.
Oh yeah,
You know what I mean? Reading out loud is actually pretty energy draining.
it is.
So there's that as well. But you know, I'm not saying I won't do it again. I will, and it's just, but I probably won't do it every time. You know what I mean? It's yeah, it's just yeah, that's it really. I mean, if I ever get an opportunity to read something and put it on like a free book or something, I might do that. But I don't necessarily have to do it live either. There is that. I could just upload it, you know, and people can listen
Yeah,
to
I
it when they're
just
allowed.
re-uploaded like a paper review that I did.
Yes, yes. I saw that you uploaded something. No, the last video I watched on your channel was to do with you re-uploaded something, right? But you did
Yeah,
upload a paper, yeah.
Elizabeth Harmon wrote a review about Benatar.
Oh yes, yes. I did mean to watch that. That would be interesting. Do you want to tell us anything now, or will you leave it for us to watch it?
Oh, I don't even remember what I said in that video, but I read her paper and then I read his reply to her paper,
Yeah.
and then I think uh, I think that can be useful.
Okay.
I don't know.
All right. Well, I look forward to. So she was making a kind of. What's her position herself then? Is she like?
Well,
Or did
someone
she?
told me that. So I usually say that it's kind of similar to Cabrera's critique of his asymmetry, but someone said it wasn't. But yeah, she attacks the asymmetry. That
No. That's fair enough. But is she like? Is she like in any way AN, or is she like not AN? Does she say, or
not
she just
AM.
doesn't? She just attacks the she critiques it.
Actually, I don't know what her
Uh-huh.
personal position is, but she does attack. Like, I don't think she's AN.
So sorry, she attacks the asymmetry. Is that what she attacks?
Yes.
And is it something to do with like the non-identity problem or something like that? Is it?
Yes.
Oh yeah. Okay. I'm just guessing because that is always the
Well, yeah, that's the
yeah
common thing, and it's
yeah
called a problem for a reason. I don't think it'll ever
yeah
get solved to
no
everybody's.
no. I mean,
That's the whole
duty's
thing with
owed.
naturalist Ted as well. He's the same thing. He attacks the. He doesn't use those words, but it's
No
going.
no
Yeah.
no no. It's an interesting one, isn't it? I'm just trying to think of off the cuff here, and I'm thinking, do we owe to somebody who, yeah.
Well, do we owe anything to the future possible people when it comes to climate change? If no, we can bite the bullet and say don't give a shit about the environment. But most people
Yeah,
don't say that, right?
no, exactly. I'm trying to come up with a hypothetical that proves we do care. And that was if a woman said to us that she's going to get pregnant on top of a building, yeah, and she's not pregnant yet, and then she's going to push the baby is going to fall out onto the road, you know, people would say, don't do that, even though there's no.
Whoa, say that again. My brain
It's
just.
just it's probably nonsense. It doesn't apply, but it's like if a woman who wasn't pregnant, yeah,
Okay.
this is a completely nonsense made up. But if a woman wasn't pregnant and she was hanging out at the top of a building that on a roof slope,
Okay.
a sloped roof, and she copulated, she was copulating up there,
Okay.
and theoretically, no, people knew that she could have a baby and it could roll down that roof onto the road and die, you know, horribly. People would say, stop copulating. you know,
Okay. All right.
you're not on birth control. Stop copulating. And she says, why? And then they said, because you could have a baby. But she said, but yeah, but there's no baby. What are you talking about? You know, but you could. You know, I don't know if there's anything in that.
Hey, it's creative. I don't think I've heard that before.
I mean,
I think the non-identity problem is fascinating, and that's something that I don't know. Have you seen a lot of people talk about it within this scene?
yes, I've seen. I've heard it. It crops up quite a bit.
Oh, it
But I can't.
does. Where?
Yeah.
Where?
It doesn't crop up. It crops up in some of the you hear it as the pronatalist arguments mainly, as against Benatar. I don't know. I've heard a few people
Oh
saying it.
no, sorry. I meant on the online scene, not in the literature.
Oh, well, that's what I meant. Sorry, I've seen it in like a few videos and a few Twitter accounts. There isn't anybody. That's where I've seen it. I haven't really seen it spoken about by people who consider themselves AN.
Yeah, I was just like, so people who consider themselves AN, is this something
Oh,
that we chat
no,
about?
I haven't heard them talking about it really at all. No.
Yeah.
Um.
I would love to debate with like fellow ANs about it. Not even fellow like pessimists.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's an interesting one because a non-identity problem. I mean, yeah. I mean, I think it goes without saying that you can that somebody who isn't around, like potential people, have a right not to be harmed. And I'm not talking about this in the birth sense. I'm just saying in general, anybody who has the potential to be harmed by your actions needs to be considered, whether they exist or not.
Yeah,
And
but even in the language that we use, the sentence, they, right?
Yeah.
Even just by saying they, you're like, well, what is the they if there's nothing else?
Yeah. I mean, it is true about like how we are careful about what we litter the place with, and any dangerous things we have lying around the place. We know that someone could be hurt by them, so we do consider people in the future. I mean, there are people who consider the future, as you say. There's people who consider
Well, yeah, in practical day-to-day living,
yeah
like we do take into consideration future possible people. And but when you're like, you're trying to get down to the nitty-gritty of it.
I suppose, going back to my silly example, the thing is, when she becomes pregnant, as soon as a woman becomes pregnant, there is something. So she's on the roof, she's not pregnant, and she's copulating on this dangerous sloped roof, right? And people are thinking, man, if she has a baby, it could fall out of her down onto the road. But the point is, up until the point she's not pregnant, she's not endangering anybody. Do you understand?
Right.
So it's like she literally would be committing an offense, in law. As soon as that baby's in her and it's gone over a certain period, she would be committing an offense, legally speaking. So that's because the child exists. So there is that legal safeguard for even a baby in the womb. It's like a mother, generally speaking, I think around the world, she has to have an abortion before a certain amount of weeks. 26 weeks, I think, for a lot of countries. Sometimes it's before that. Sometimes
Well, what
it's
if
only
you
10.
do like, depending on how you consider the moral status of the fetus, what if like you can do something to disable the embryo to the point where it's going to have a child that's going to be severely have a severe lower quality of life.
Yeah. I
Have you
mean,
been
this
doing
this
something wrong,
this is the problem. I mean, people who take drugs, for example, and
or
have
like fetal
sex.
alcohol syndrome or something like that.
Yeah. People who do these things. The thing is, there's this like mens rea. You have to prove culpability. Did they know what they were doing was wrong, etc., etc. A lot of people don't know that, and then people also take into consideration other things like these addicts and people who are in these things. They're not really in charge of themselves. So it's a real gray area, in terms of responsibility, culpability, and most people born to these types of parents don't get taken away, even though the parent hasn't exactly laid a good foundation for them, I don't know many people who have any compensation or anything for having alcohol fetal syndrome or being affected by the drug intake of their parents, you know, even though it is like a problem, you know, it is something that has been caused by parents' recklessness, you know, and it is a suffering imposed on them, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
It's a
don't. I
very
don't have
difficult.
a good answer for like. I don't think. I think whatever answer you come up with, it's always going to find problems. But I'm open to learning from other people's perspectives on it.
Yeah, I mean, it would be interesting to talk to people about it. But it is interesting to ask the question. People seem to take positive actions when the child doesn't exist already. So they tried to eat healthy, be healthy, so they're in a position to
Right.
have an unproblematic pregnancy. So
So
clearly,
yeah,
the non-existent do matter, you know,
exactly. Yeah.
to some degree. So clearly, they do consider the non-existent, the rights of that person, you know, the well-being of that person. It is something that is considered.
Yeah.
But I don't quite know how to put that into, you know, AN kind of argument. But yeah.
Yeah. And I think like language kind of limits this metaphysical question.
Yeah. As always, language is the great stumbling block, isn't it? It's the
Mhm.
it's the connector. It's the connection that we have, but it's also the
How did we
disconnection.
get here? How did we get to the non-identity problem? What were we talking about before?
We were talking about the paper on your
Oh,
channel.
right. Harmon. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Book of the Dead.
Yeah. To the
Yeah.
book of the non-existent. Yeah. So
Yeah.
we're trying to Benatar is basically trying to close the womb doors. You know, he's one of these mystics. You know, reading the Tibetan Book of the Dead, trying to close the womb doors to stop people being reborn. You know.
Yeah, there was a lot of options that you had to turn away from that you just read it and I can't even remember them now. Do not listen to the sirens. So I remember that.
Yeah, well, it seemed to be quite. I mean, it just seemed to be the first part of
I
the
didn't
book
even know
was
they had sirens in that thing.
well, they didn't. They did. Sorry, that was me. That was me, kind of
Oh,
interpreting
you
it.
added that?
Yeah, I
Aw.
basically it said you will hear wailing songs that will entice you to. So I took that to mean like you will hear like sirens singing. You know, you will
Oh,
hear
you
music. Yeah,
added that, dude. I'm listening to you.
Sorry,
So like,
sorry. No, I did say. Sorry, I did say that. I think that probably means because basically what it was that was to entice you into hell. Yeah, and
right.
it was saying you'll hear wailing music, and I was like, well, why would you move towards wailing music unless it was kind of
Yeah, the term
sirens?
wailing, that doesn't
Yeah,
sound
yeah,
enticing. It's confusing.
yeah. So, but I think the hellish visions didn't look enticing either. I mean, they just looked horrible. You know? It said there was like black roads and black buildings and like white buildings and.
So yeah, what would draw you to like? Why would you even have to remember? Like,
Well, the problem is you're being chased as well. So
oh,
it's like you're being hunted down by specters behind you, you know, all types of monsters, and from your evil karma, so all the bad things you've done in life, they
oh, so then
are.
how do you turn away if you got something chasing
Well,
you?
you realize you've got to stare them down and realize they're just delusions from your fear,
Oh,
anxiety, and guilt. Yeah,
okay, gotcha.
they don't actually exist. Yeah. Um, but I mean, it was a very convoluted. I mean, it did talk about in one part of the book. It spoke about you'll be ripped apart, and you can feel. And there were like by these entities, they'll rip you apart. And in another part, it talked about how you will experience some pain. You will know what it's like to be in hell, and you'll know what it's like to be an animal. You know, you'll experience different feelings and pain and suffering. So
That's not very illusionary.
yeah, exactly. So
Damn.
yeah, it's quite. It was actually. Overall, I would say it was quite. If you believe it and if you take it as true, it was. I would say it was quite. Yeah, it was. It kind of would set peace in one's heart because it seemed like you had a lot of. It seemed like you could get out of the cycle of birth and death. You know, rebirth and death. You know, death and rebirth, samsara. It seemed like there was a lot of options along the way, you know, and it seemed like it was all about going towards light, going towards the most shining things before you. At the very start, that is, in the first 7 days, the first 14 days, it was about the first 7 days you were visited by the peaceful gods, the loving gods. And basically at that point, you got these like bright emanations appearing before you, but you also had lesser emanations like duller lights and such. And it seemed that people were at risk of going towards the duller emanations because they didn't feel worthy, you know, because they didn't have self-assurance, confidence to step forward into the light. So there's that to bear in mind, you know. I mean, there's little bits of wisdom I think that could germinate from reading it, such as not being hard on oneself and loving oneself, you know, these types of things. It did have that message in it. And having confidence in oneself, what you want to do, rather than being swept along. These types of things. Yeah. So I don't think it was. I don't think overall, because it wasn't that long. I think it was worth reading. You know, if that had been triple its length, I probably would have been not as enthused. But you know, I'm glad we got through it. You know.
Yeah. How many streams did that take? 3?
Yeah, this is the 3rd one, so I'd say 2.5 maybe. Yeah.
Not bad. That's pretty good.
Not bad. Yeah, not bad. Not bad.
Yeah. The Sophia thing felt long.
Oh my goodness me. That thing went on and on. Yeah. So Rewilder is back. Rewilder, welcome back, bro. I just realized Rewilder hasn't been on for a while. Good to see you.
Yeah, there's a couple of regulars that I haven't seen for a while. You were mentioning Perpetual Pleasurists. Yeah, I haven't seen him for a while.
Yeah. I do hope he's well, but I think he is, because I left a comment on his channel, and yeah, he seems to be. He's fine. You know, so he I think I left a comment and he liked it. He love-hearted it. So that means, yeah. He didn't say anything. He just hearted it. And that was I don't know. That was about 2 months ago or something like that. So
I see Doom Wizard is still like commenting on your stuff.
Yeah. Now and again. I mean, he does his thing. He's very committed to his cause.
Yeah.
Very, very committed. What do you think of all that? What do you think of singing songs about climate change and that kind of thing all the time? What do you think of that as a kind of way of being? I mean, he ultimately thinks we're fucked. By the way, he doesn't think there's any hope.
Emil Torres, like their specialty is in end of world. What's it called? Eschatology.
Yeah.
If it motivates you to create content and it's just such a weird thing to say. It gets you out of bed, but I mean, it does for some people. Like they're motivated, right? They make it a cause to tell everybody everything's ending.
Yeah. I mean, I suppose the thing about them is one day they will be right. So you know, there's that, you know.
But focusing so much on the negativity, I'm saying this as a pessimist, to me, it sounds like it's setting yourself up for some type of psychological rumination or failure. Yeah. But again, it could just be we have different motivations in life, and
right.
Maybe it gives them like a grander purpose. You know, like in Christianity, technically, the end of days is supposed to happen anytime soon, right? And I lived that way as a Catholic, and for some odd reason, you know, that gave some people some purpose. So maybe it's something similar. Maybe it's like, yeah,
but they literally don't think there's any hope for anything, you know. So I don't know. At least with the Christians, you had the hope of being saved, you know.
Is Doom Wizard an atheist? Do you know?
Well, he's always commenting meat sauce and stuff like that, as if like that's what we are, you know. So I presume that's one of his favorite comments on my channel. Okay. I get the impression that he thinks there's not much going on, only we're doomed.
Because you also have a spiritual fellow. Was his name Daniel or
Oh yeah. The Eastern Orthodox guy. Yeah,
Yeah, him. Yeah.
yeah. He's
He
he's a
was, he
nice
was
guy.
also kind of a doomer, right? Wasn't he?
Well, in the Christian sense, like he did think that we're going through the valley of tears, and that only so many will be saved, and there is going to be hell on earth, and the Christian story. There is going to be a period of the Antichrist ruling for however many years, and manner of horribleness. Yeah,
Yeah.
and Jesus is going to come back, and so he was of that mindset. Yeah, he's a nice guy, and he's a very unusual guy. But the thing about people is you can be in disagreement with them, but be strangely drawn into them because of their charisma. And
Yeah. Yeah.
these
I like
those
his
two are.
channel.
Yeah, I like those two. And I like Perpetual Pleasurist as well. I didn't agree with everything Perpetual Pleasurist said, but I still think he had something special going on.
Yeah, I
Um,
think I get along with all of them, but I pretty
yeah,
much disagree with all of them. So
it's funny,
that's
isn't it?
yeah.
And it is just something I've accepted, and this connection as well it is a kind of I know we're talking about the Tibetan Book of the Day, but the Book of the Dead, but yeah, we seem to connect on some points, but if you zoom out, there's friction as well, in between us all. So the connections, whilst there, sometimes they can be illusory as well, or unhealthy even, so
Yes, I
you
definitely
know
think some of the darker aspects can be unhealthy but addicting.
codependency, this type of thing. And
Yeah.
just you know unfortunately I heard something good today by someone I don't like, and that is it Peter Thiel? Is that his name? He's the IT guy, the Silicon tech bro from, I think he's from South Africa originally.
Oh,
I think that's his name. Just let me look him up. But he basically said something that people who are ultra pessimistic are bad, because it basically means you end up thinking nothing can be done, and that he's I didn't agree with what he said. He said that leads to laziness. Yeah, I don't necessarily think it leads to laziness. It's like people, I wouldn't call that laziness. I would call that people making a decision nothing can be done. That's different to one, like being able to do something and not having a reason for not doing it. Do you know what I mean?
yeah.
But he did make a point about ultra pessimism and ultra optimism being as bad as each other. And I mean, there is some truth to what he said. Being overly optimistic is probably as bad for you as an individual, at least, and maybe for society, as being overly pessimistic. To the point where when you become overly pessimistic, you do become dysfunctional in society. It's not a fun place to be. It's not a
It's
fun.
also delusional too. You
It is.
can't just see things all bright or all dark. Like
No.
life is in the gray.
Yeah, and it's also the fact that yes, we might be in a shit heap, as in like this. We might be in an entropic universe, but you do have to realize that we all have an individual life as well. So you don't have to take on that. You don't have to carry the cross for everything. I don't think anyone should. Really, because it's only doing damage to you, and it's bad enough this life. Do you know what I mean?
Yep.
So yeah, I don't think carrying the cross for a universe that doesn't care about us is overly beneficial, to an individual. You do have to try and make the best of it, spoil yourself a little bit, have self-care, self-love, because it's good enough out there. So why punish yourself even more?
Unless you like the punishment. I feel like some people, like the whole
Yeah,
being addicted to the negative rumination,
yeah.
it feeds something in your brain.
Well, I
It's like
think
confirmation bias.
it can be the safe place for some people. There's loads of different psychological reasons for it. It's because sometimes it is all people know, and they're trying to. I think there's that, and they're afraid of a lot of people are generally afraid of the unknown. It's interesting. There's a lot of autistic people in this space, and they do say autistic people are generally resistant to change, and that might go into this kind of inability to step outside of the pessimism as well, because just being resistant to change, not liking change, which is kind of ironic, because being stuck in something that is bad for them, whilst also not liking moving out of it, which is just, I think that's just a phenomenon. That is something I think that exists probably in a lot of us, I don't know why, but I think it's coupled with a lot of things. But I think generally speaking, because of hyper focus and such, autistic people don't like change, and they have their, I suppose a lot of it is trauma based. So you have these things in life that you've been drawn towards because the world is so crazy for you, and you found this place, and I suppose it's based on that. The world is so traumatic for you, and has been traumatic. So you found this place where you can make sense of things, and give like some kind of voice to your feelings on it all. And you know that you've never had that before. You've never been able to express yourself, and you've never been able to make sense of anything. So I can imagine, that in and of itself for anybody is a problem to leave behind. But also, if you have the propensity to be like, as I said, an autistic person, for some, I don't know what the reason is, but apparently they are more resistant to change. So that might be why there's a lot of autistic people. Obviously there would be the whole trauma thing as well, because life can be very traumatic if you're neurologically divergent, in this world. So there's that as well. So I think it's like a double whammy, it's like also a double whammy.
I don't know what the stats are, but like even being on this medium there might be a high percentage. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, there's other things. You're right. There's exactly the high percentage. Like it's the IT, and it's being on computers. Definitely there's a higher percentage there. Yeah, and it's something to be wary of in all of us. To question why we're doing things. And
do you go down those doomer channels yourself? Like, do you get confirmation?
I have in the past. I mean, I've looked at different things. I've looked at in the many years, like since I've been making the AN content, you do get stuff showing up in your algorithm. So I've looked at all of it. I've looked at like the black pill. I've looked at like the incel stuff. I've looked at the environmental doomerism. I've looked at the kind of, I don't know what you call it, like really black-pilled feminism. Black-pilled feminism was interesting. I've looked at the, what else have I seen? Anti-work kind of stuff, all these types of things, I've looked at that kind of content, and I've been I think most of it is very much unhelpful, to the person who is stuck in that way of thinking. Yeah. Oh, hello to We Are Awake. Great to see you here, bro. Much love to you, as you always say to people. I hope you're well, mate. And if you want to come on, please do. So, I have looked around at different things, and it's kind of sad. It has upset me to see so much suffering, but also no dissenting voices as well. It is interesting to see there's not much dissenting voices, in the comments, when people are making these videos. Yeah. And that should be studied. I know they say it's algorithmic, but surely, even I've looked at stuff and I haven't agreed with it, but I haven't left a message trying to change their mind. And there should be probably studies done on that tendency for humans not to comment on people who need maybe a shift in perspective for their own health and benefit, There is something, I don't know. I've been questioning that lately. What is it, generally speaking? And I suppose, you know what it is? I don't think people know what to say. I think that's part of it.
Yeah, I wouldn't even know what to say.
I think that's genuinely part of it. I think people just don't know what to say. If you're coming out of all this stuff, especially maybe it's the first time they've ever heard it and stuff, And I think sometimes as well, because of the cruel nature of humans, like in school and stuff, and in work and stuff, there's a lot of people that might be looking at it thinking, yeah, you're kind of someone that I would have bullied or maybe avoided or whatever, and there might be some guilt sometimes as well, so that they don't know what there's a whole load of feelings and reasons why people perhaps don't reach out,
Yeah.
But it is terribly sad. It's terribly sad to see all these like young men, young teenagers and women, become so intoxicated by hate and anger and just feelings of being subhuman, I suppose,
Mhm.
feelings of being undeserving or unworthy of anything in life, or unable, unable to do anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't quite know what to say, but I think there's a lot of false prophets out there who are making money out of like Jordan Peterson and people like that, Andrew Tate. I mean, it's quite laughable actually when you see the people that these individuals have been gravitating towards, because they're like literally the least helpful people that you could gravitate towards if you were feeling that way, these like Andrew Tate probably would be the type of person that would bully you, you
Yeah.
know, and I've seen that weird tendency. I mean, I'm not gonna, to be honest with you, even with someone like, that I won't name his name, but that prominent vegan guy, he can be a bit fucking salty. You know what I mean? Um,
Why wouldn't you?
well,
Why are you worried
vegan
about?
gains can be a little bit salty here and there, And I've been on his channel a few times, and I'm thinking, what has he got? Why are people so infatuated with it, with what he does?
Actually, I'll be honest. So, like, I don't know. Like, I knew when early on when he was
Yeah,
on
yeah, yeah.
YouTube.
It's funny you should say that because I was going to say early on, I can see it, because he was
Yeah,
getting angry,
and I
and it was
saw
like
like his
passion.
numbers climb over the years, and I'm
Yeah,
like, what is happening? What are people? I think a lot of it was just they wanted to see a show,
yeah, yeah,
and
yeah, yeah.
he
I
used
think
to
that's what it was.
he used to make skits and stuff, right? And um, I think he like put on a he put on a show, so I could sort of
Yeah, I
understand that,
can see it. See it. I
but
can see it. He used to
now,
get
yeah.
angry. He used to get angry, but now he just sits there. And because I only came upon him in the last few years, you know what I mean? Like about 2022 or something. I started
Okay.
watching him here and there. And I do appreciate like he was entertaining, and if you were vegan at the start, he was like this like macho kind of dude who was like the kind of antidote to them saying all vegans are wimps, So
And
he
keep in
definitely had
mind, around the time that I knew of him,
Mm.
I got into the vegan space, and it was predominantly all women. And
Yeah, yeah, yeah. There's
the
that as well.
men who did show up were like kind of it was very rare. They weren't
Mhm.
like this how to put it, like the macho kind of thing. Now, man, it's really changed now. The men
Yeah,
kind of
yeah,
overshadowed the women. But
yeah. But I'm not gonna say he's. I don't think the guy's stupid. Okay, I don't think he's stupid at all. He's
oh,
not
he's
stupid. He's a
smart with
clever.
nutrition science, like
He's a
nutrition
smart
and
dude.
stuff.
He's a smart
Yeah.
dude. But I just go on there. I find him a little bit flat. Okay, maybe I haven't. Maybe I'm going a bit too hard on him. I've just found him a little bit flat, and I'm just surprised that people will just give him money so easy. Like pay my rent. He just puts up something like pay my rent. That's quite rude, in my view. And it's like pay my rent, bitches. And people just like throw money at him, And it's all like young men, It seems
I
to be
think
mostly young men.
there's a lot at play, like the parasocial thing.
Yeah.
If you follow someone for many years, you have like that sunk cost thing. And
Okay.
he's part of an overall movement.
Right.
So you
Yeah,
got
but
like,
I find a lot of people watching him aren't even vegans. I get the impression that a lot of the commentators aren't really. They're not in it because he's vegan.
mm,
I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but I suppose anecdotally, I know a few people that watch him, and none of them are vegan, and yet they
um,
watch him and they give him money now and again and stuff.
do you know them like friendship wise, or like,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I know them. I know
have
them
you ever
relatively
asked
well.
why they do that? I'd be curious.
They said because they like his takes on. They think he's clever. You know.
Oh,
You know. That's what it is. They think he's assertive, and they like his assertiveness.
Oh,
But I
and you know
find that
what? I dislike that. I don't know. I think it's the environment that I'm in. Like that level of certainty and what's the term? It starts with an A. Like not aggressiveness, but when you're that assertive,
yeah,
to me that shows you're not humble. And if
it's
you're
like
in this,
grandiosity, aggrandized
yeah,
kind of,
if you're in the search of truth,
yeah.
anybody who speaks with that level of confidence, who's not willing to like critically think and critically examine their own beliefs, like I came from the skeptic world, and
Mm.
uh, that helped me form how I
But
approach
you
claims.
know,
And when
I
these
got to look at
YouTubers
it. I
come
got to
up,
look at it another way, and he is still quite young, isn't he?
no, is
Is he
he?
not? What age is he?
I don't know. Isn't he in his 30s now?
Oh, is he in his 30s now? Okay,
I,
I
I
thought he
don't
was
know.
like.
I don't know. I got to let
When
me
I say
Google
quite young, I meant he could be like 30. I know that's old enough, but
it.
he is still it's still old enough to have changed a bit. But I think he has. I don't think he's as bad as he was, as in he's as aggressive as he was. I think he's mellowing out.
He's
But what I
mellowed
mean
out.
is,
I think
I
he's
understand. I understand. Like what I'm saying, I'm trying to look at it from his perspective. He did
You're
seem
right.
like
I think
very.
he's 33, by the way. So
I
yeah,
think
he's
he did seem very angry when he was younger, and I think he did say at some point that he was some kind of sociopath, right? Did he? Did am I misquoting
no,
him
no,
or?
you're right. And I was going to say
Um,
he's on medication. Well, he used to be
Yeah,
on
so
medication.
it sounds like maybe he had a harsh time growing up or something. So
He did. Uh,
you got to cut him some slack, I suppose, for that. I mean, it could
yeah,
have gone much, much worse. At
yeah,
least he used his sociopathy for a cause. And just because you're a sociopath doesn't mean you're a bad person. So that's something I've really reflected on. And even psychopathy and stuff. I mean, I've gone, oh no, we're living in a psychoarchy and such, but it may be, but like not everyone is bad. They might have not much empathy, but they might not necessarily be a force for bad. It's something
mm,
I'm kind. It's a difficult one, but yeah, being a human is very difficult, and we all know that it is true. Unfortunately, sometimes the nicest people can be the most disruptive and cause the most harm. I mean, look at I hate to say it, but look at BPD. I'm not someone shitting on people who have BPD, but that's what I'm trying to say. They're very, very nice people. They're some of the nicest people I've ever met. But they can cause a lot of problems because they're so nice. Do you understand?
yeah,
Because they're so sensitive. Because they're so sensitive and they think about things deeper than other people do. It can cause a lot of trouble. I'm just using that as an example, and that's the cruel world we live in, where nothing makes sense.
mhm.
Um, Nothing makes sense. Nice people can do harm, bad people can do good things, and this is the crazy world we live in.
Yeah. I prefer the unstable truth tellers than the stable liars.
Yeah, yeah. The worst ones are the ones you can't quite figure out whether they know they're lying or not. These ones, um, the stable ones who you're like, do they actually believe what they're saying? You hear those people sometimes talking, and
Mm,
yeah. I mean, you get a lot of that. You get a lot of that nowadays. A
yeah.
lot of that people like picking a cause, like the anti-vaccine people or the conspiracy theorists and such, and they're picking a cause to get money. Basically.
Do you have a
Uh,
cause?
do I have a cause? Well, it is literally to find knowledge, basically, to find out what's going on and
Right.
to.
So you're just a
But
plain
also,
old you're a plain
also,
old philosopher then.
well,
That's
yeah,
not really a cause, is it? Like I meant
no, it's
like,
not really. No,
you
I
know.
would say if I had a cause, it would be to like a naive cause, like why can't we just get along or get along? That has
Okay.
always been, but that's because that's middle child syndrome. You know what I mean? Growing up in a chaotic family, um, and yeah, it's seeing it. Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, well, I mean, obviously, the veganism is a bit of a cause.
Yeah, were you ever into vegan activism or
No,
advocacy?
I've never really been into any real world activism.
Because the only thing I remember you doing was the ANs. You were passionate about that. I honestly thought that was a little bit off because
Yeah.
I just saw it as like an intellectual thing. But you were an activist. You advocated
Yeah,
for it.
I did advocate for it in that I thought it was it made sense, and I
Yeah.
thought that But I do realize that you just can't make people, no matter what you say, and no matter how cleverly you think you're saying it, how emotionally you feel like you could resonate with someone, it does the world doesn't operate like that, you know.
But previously, were you ever part of like political or ideological or even religious causes? Anything?
Um
Homeless?
well, yeah, but not in terms of activism. I wouldn't say I was supportive in financially, and I'd go to meetings and stuff like that, you
Okay.
know, giving money to things, causes, you know, that kind of thing.
But nothing that you like rallied around.
No, but I think that was more because I was maybe averse to getting involved in things too
Yeah, I
much,
find
you
that
know.
surprising because I met you during when you were, I met you in a different stage in your life.
Yeah. So I think it was because I didn't I wasn't, first of all, I wasn't necessarily around people that had any cause that I thought was good, you know. And then I did have a tendency in university and such to meet people who are really strongly minded about things. And
Mm,
I just felt like there was something off. There generally seemed to be something off about them as well. Like I met the narcissistic ones, you know what I mean?
right,
Who they seem to be a right bitch or a right fucker somehow. And they didn't inspire me to join them, you know what I mean?
right.
That kind of thing. Yeah.
Hmm.
So,
Okay.
I know you've done a lot of vegan stuff, haven't you?
Yeah, like I think 7 or 8 years of that stuff, and then uh, like I've done left wing stuff. Uh,
Mm.
then I did. I was part of like left wing feminist groups, and then I did the end. I think at some point I was an advocate for antinatalism,
Yeah.
and now I feel like I'm an advocate of reading.
Yeah. An advocate of kind of finding your own way as
Yes,
best you can,
yes, good.
you know,
Yeah.
gathering as much knowledge as you can to try and soothe the inner beast and make this place as
Well, I don't want
palatable
people
as
to. I don't
possible.
want people to think like me. I just want people to think critically. That's all.
Yeah. Did you ever think of becoming a teacher or something? You know,
No.
no.
I probably at some points in my life, yes, but not now. I can
Yeah.
barely remember what I had for breakfast. So
Yeah, you have to have, I think you have a lot of energy for it, you know. Um, and but you know, you're still young. So
yeah, I don't know why you do that. I'm old.
I don't think you're old. No, I don't think you're old. It's just like you can, like, there are people who change careers and do things at our age, you know. And
Yeah, by force.
yeah. I think it depends on how you are. It's a very personal thing, isn't it? It's like I personally have less energy than I did when I was 20, 30, definitely.
Yeah, my energy levels are completely like
Mm.
every year that's going by, it gets sapped. Um,
Right. But I think some of that may be emotional baggage, you know, whether you see it or not, whether we see it or not. I know I found conversations on the streams in the past energy draining, you know.
because
Uh,
they
no,
lasted
mate,
for a
mate,
long
mate.
time.
No, just you know, you get people coming on telling me they're suicidal or they're this,
Oh
they're
yeah,
that,
yeah,
you know,
yeah, yeah.
and
That's
it's
a
like,
lot.
fuck me, man, I can't take this, you know.
That's heavy. Yeah,
And it was a lot. You got a lot of that, you know. AS, God love him. He used to come on there saying racist things or things about this or that, you know.
yeah,
And it was hard to take, you know, very hard to take. Um, and then you have people coming on there telling me they had no hope and all this, and I'm trying to G them up because someone has to, you know.
yeah.
Uh, I do think a lot of people have never really had anyone to G them up in life, you know. And that's sad, you know.
Yeah.
That's really sad.
I find it interesting that I keep coming back because it is draining.
Yeah.
But I'm looking at what's happening there's some corners of like that you talked about vegan gangs, like that area of Ask Yourself and Dr. Avi and even George Martin. They're getting involved in some infighting, and even that vegan teacher is getting like left along post or comment. And I'm just watching from the sidelines, and I'm like, man, I prefer to hang out with my pessimists instead. Like, I I don't know why. It just
No, I get what you're saying. It's because basically you it's a safe place, isn't it? It's also the people that we talk to aren't really nasty. You know what I mean? I don't really like. It seems to be the people that we've kind of got on this channel at the moment aren't out to prove a point or be ultra competitive for no good reason. You
I
know what I
think
mean?
that's it. I think that's the thing is the lack of competitiveness. So like when I'm in the vegan world, if I feel
Yeah,
like everybody's at each other's throat to win something,
yeah. It's trying to
and then I
prove a
get into
point.
the pessimist
Yeah.
world, and it is very dark. It is.
Mm.
I have met some vile.
No. But there is still that strand of of competitiveness. You know, there is. I've seen it.
But it's
And
not as pronounced as when
it's
you're
not as
in.
pronounced. It does come out though
Yeah.
sometimes, and the knives do come out sometimes when you're trying to make a point or something. But I don't. It's not personal. I wouldn't say. You know what I mean? It's not
Mhm.
as nasty as other places. You know, it can get nasty, but that's if you get involved with it. You know.
Yeah.
Um.
And don't get me wrong, I
We,
still take breaks, but I've
yeah.
always found it fascinating that after so many years, I could go to any other community, right?
Yeah.
And yet I keep coming back to the pessimism one. Um,
Mm,
instead of, I don't know, I could go back to the atheist world or the skeptic world or
yeah.
the vegan world. There's other options and
Uh,
other communities, but
yeah.
the
I'm
pessimism one.
listening. I'm listening, bro. I'm just going to go into the kitchen. I'm going to wash some grapes and make a cup of tea to have afterwards. So I
Okay.
am listening. I'll be right back. I'll be as quick as possible. The kettle's
Okay.
boiled, so I'll be as quick as possible. Anybody else want to hop on? Please do. The link is there. But I am listening. If you want to make any more points, I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah, I was just saying that pessimism, at least the scene, can be kind of comforting. But you don't want to ruminate too much on it. And I think coming and going is a healthy thing to do, I guess. I don't know. I don't know if it's healthy or not, but I just it's a pattern that I personally have. And if it'll ever break, we'll see. We'll see. I might be a lifer. It's okay. Yep. I know he doesn't like silence. So what
No,
can
I'm
I say?
back. I'm back.
Oh,
So by the way,
okay.
your curmudgeon thing. What was it? Curious curmudgeon or something? What was it you had?
Curious. Yeah. Curious curmudgeon. That's my new name.
That was funny. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anybody else want to come on here, guys? The link is in chat. Please do. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, this one thing I will say is people hope is a dirty word. Oh, you've changed it. Well done. Curious curmudgeon. Yeah. But hope is a dirty word sometimes in the pessimist community. And I think you should genuinely try and be hopeful about things, at least something, in life. You need to be hopeful about something, you know.
Yeah,
Um,
having a little list of goals. I have I have things I look for, like I write down in my journal.
mm,
I'm like, hey, here are things that you got to work towards. Otherwise, if I have nothing to work towards, then it just gets worse psychologically.
mm. Yeah, I do think there is a certain amount of responsibility we all have to, do our best for ourselves. Um,
When it comes
I
to
won't.
your intellectual pursuits, where do you see yourself going? Do you have anything that's sparking you? So to answer, like right now, I'm kind of interested in theories of truth,
Mhm,
like correspondence theory, and then I can't even remember all of them now.
mm.
And delving into that, and also I keep skirting around meta ethics. I kind of want to like figure out where the hell I stand on that and how that informs my other beliefs. And so that's kind of where
Yeah,
I'm going.
I mean, I think it would be good for me to look more into that as well. you know, the grounding for beliefs and such.
Because you like to talk a lot about the determinism stuff. So
Yeah.
I don't know if you've explored like some works on that or not.
Well, I mean, even though I do like to talk about it, I kind of see the futility of it as well.
But does
You know,
anything like pique your interest at all?
well, I did say kind of quantum world piques my
Yeah,
interest.
yeah. You mentioned that. Yeah, quantum.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the quantum world. Um, in terms of philosophy, yeah, I think it would be good to look more into the ethical frameworks and such. Definitely. Um, what philosophy ideas might be interesting? Um, I think I'd like to look more into the brain as well, neuroscience, and just look at consciousness a bit, see what people are saying about that. Yeah.
Nice.
Um, psychology is always interesting for me. Sociology I like as well.
You like understanding the how humans human.
Yeah, like anthropology is interesting. I mean, I'm getting back into history as well. You know.
Nice.
I do read the odd bit of history and like just little articles, you know, and stuff about stuff that's happened here and there. I find myself drawn back towards it. For whatever reason, just more as a kind of like witnessing or bearing witness to stuff that happened in the past. Not because I believe there's any hope or change or anything like that, because, you know, in my experience in life, I've seen people complaining about being oppressed or complaining about bad things that have happened and then doing the same to others, you know.
Right.
And there's always this like not everyone, I'm not saying everyone, but I've seen this in life where people are saying, oh, our people were this or our family were this hurt in the past. And, you know, yes, I agree it happened, blah 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 blah, but what has happened since in a lot of the societies and countries has been problematic as well, you know. And yeah, I won't go into too much detail, but I've seen just the human nature is very funny. It basically, people's emotions get stirred up by pointing at others. Yeah, and don't get me wrong, there is terrible times in history. You know, I wouldn't want them to come back. You know, a lot of things that happened, or like slavery. You know, that is the standout example, obviously, of something you wouldn't want to happen again. And I wouldn't want like oppressive empires again. You know, anything like that.
Well, I was looking at one thing semi recent was the looking into the raping of Nanking or something like that. I looked into some of like the war like what they've done during the
Was
war.
that in
And
Vietnam? Was it?
no, it was Japan.
Oh,
And
Japan, Nanking. Okay, so that
yeah.
was in World War II. Was it the American soldiers? Was it?
No, I think it was Chinese.
Oh, Chinese. Okay, in
Yeah.
Japan.
No, I think it was Japan towards the Chinese.
Okay, yeah. That
Well,
makes
now
sense. That makes sense. There was a lot of terrible things happened. Yeah, and I mean there's actual like rapes in Vietnam as well. I mean there's been rapes in most wars, you know. Yeah.
Okay, so the Nanjing massacre, or the rape of Nanjing, was a mass murder of Chinese civilians by the Imperial Japanese Army in Nanjing, the capital
Yeah.
Republic of China, immediately after the Battle of Nanking. During the second Sino-Japanese War.
Yeah.
20,000 to 80,000 women and children raped, 30,000 to 40,000 prisoners of war executed. 200,000 plus civilians died. Estimated range from 40 to 300,000. So the reason why I was looking
So
at
what
some of
year
the
was that? What year was that? Sorry.
Oh, Lord. Okay, one sec. 1937, December 13th, for 6 weeks.
Wow. That is shocking altogether, you know. And these things have happened around the world. You could go to most regions of the world and find this
Well,
type of shit,
that's the thing, because like I remember you made a post about, because everyone keeps using the Nazi example, right?
Yeah.
And it's like these things, maybe like the numbers are going to shift, but
Yeah.
in terms of brutality towards other humans,
Yeah.
this is something
That's there. And
that's
I mean that's why I think the recurring message about World War II is don't forget it. You know, let's remember, like lest we forget. You know, I think that's the phrase you use, lest we forget. So that's why I think these commemorations happen. You know, around Europe in particular, and America, I suppose, Canada, Japan, probably Australia, or well, probably India, probably Pakistan, probably all around the world that were the countries that were involved. They do have these commemorations, you know,
I
for the
don't know
war
if
dead.
they have it in the UK, but we have something called Remembrance Day.
Yeah. Remembrance Sunday, yeah.
Yeah, I think that in high school I used to hate it because every year they talk about the all the battles and all that stuff, and I'm like, oh God. But
Yeah.
after high school, I never heard, like, other than the fact that people wear a poppy and it's just kind of like a symbol, but nobody's really talking, and they don't really, like, it's not really a big deal in my life. And after high school, I don't think about it as much. But I think it was healthy for to let kids remember that stuff, even if they complain.
Yeah, it's like that's the thing about history is to tell it so that it's in the hope it's not repeated, you know.
Yeah,
Um
and even Black History Month too. Like all
oh
these
yeah.
things. Like I remember as a kid, I was like, oh, why? Like you're feeding pessimism into me. But no, I think it was all important information that I should have known.
Yeah. I mean, there's some terrible things that have happened, and it's definitely true to that they should you know, it's good that it is revealed that these things happened, you know. What is hard though is blaming current people for the past actions, you know, of others, you know. Like it's funny how that happens, but it does happen, you know. And it's weird because in Europe nowadays, I mean, there's not many people going around blaming the Germans like who exist now for, you know, what happened back then, you know, in World War II. Um, at least I don't think so, you know. Um, I mean, there's arguments as to why that is, because some might say because the rest of the countries gave as good as they got, you know, as in the UK. I mean, there was a bombing in, I think it's Dresden,
Right.
where there was a really brutal bombing campaign, and lots of people died. Like it literally was very very bad, and a lot of civilians died.
Well, who was
Um,
the one that ordered that again?
I don't know, probably Churchill. I would imagine. I can look it up, but I can't
Yeah, I
remember.
think it was Churchill. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was. I think it was like a shock and awe thing, wasn't it? It was like to scare the shit out of them, basically. Um, but yeah, it was a very bad one. But there's always been those making examples, doing things to make examples and to scare people. You know, that's always been a methodology, hasn't it, to control people through fear.
What do you think about that?
Well,
Because this is like one of the debates people have about the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
yeah, it was like an evil to stop a greater evil. You know what I mean? It was like, I don't know how many people died that day. Was it like a quarter of a million or something? Was it something like that? I don't even know if it was that much, but they were saying that many people died that day, or from the after effects. But it could have been millions upon millions and going on for years and years. I mean, there is some truth to that, whether we like it or not. I mean, look at Ukraine, for example. How long is that going on for? You know? And there doesn't seem to be any end in sight, you know? And it is just bodies getting churned up, you know? Young guys who don't know what they're doing, really. I mean, have you seen some of the videos of the soldiers getting killed by drones? It's horrible.
No, I haven't seen that.
Yeah, nowadays there's a lot of videos of Russian soldiers just in a field, and the Ukrainians killed them by a drone remotely, flying the drone remotely, so they're not
Where did
even
you see
there.
that on X or Twitter?
Yeah, X. I think it's on YouTube a few times. X. It's like they fly over the Germans, you know, what do they call it, foxhole, and the Russian, and the Russian's peeking his head out, and he sees the drone overhead. He can't go anywhere because he's not fast enough, and they drop the explosive on them like some kind of a grenade or something, you know. Hello, Rawalda. Good to have you. Thanks for your being a member, by the way, Rawalda. Thank you. So yeah, it is just scary to see, because there's no such thing as surrendering now. You know, back in the day, you didn't have much hope, but you had a little bit of hope that you could hold your hands up and surrender. You know, but with these drones, there's no one to surrender to. You know, there's no one to take you in if you surrender, so they kill them all. You know.
So, what's your opinion on like that type of war tactic?
Well, you can see the argument for it, because if you didn't start a war, why should your people be killed in it? You know, I can understand that. You know, so I can understand the sense of it from the Ukrainian perspective. I just think it's sad for the Russians. You know, as in like the Russian soldiers, because I think the Russian soldiers are as much victims of this as the Ukrainians, whether they like it or not. You know, there's a Stockholm syndrome there. There's a lot of ignorance, indoctrination, etc. We know the way these things work. But, you know, you could say that about any soldiers around the world. Generally, it's not the most intellectual that are put in the front line, you know. And when I say intellectual, I'm not saying that they're dumb. I'm just saying they're not the people who are afforded chances in life, you know, or went to university or whatever, you know. They're the people that are taken from. A lot of the recruitment happens on council estates, you know, areas of people living on the poverty line, you know. And it happens in America as well. And I've spoken to Americans about that, and they see it. Yeah, it's true, but they see it as a good thing, because it's like it's a step up the ladder, you know. It's a hope, you know. It's a way out of the poverty trap, you know. If they didn't have it, there wouldn't be any way out, you know.
Right. Yeah.
And they get trained up. They get like a skill, and then afterwards they can be an electrician, or, you know, work in security or something, you know. So it sets them up for life with a pension and all that. So it's a risk they're willing to take. And there's a lot of valor in it as well, you know. I suppose there is this esteem attached to it, you know. And I am thankful to people who've put their life on the line, you know, to try and keep some order in the world, to try and save us, you know. Although the world's shit, imagine how shit it could be if some of these people hadn't put their lives on the line for us, you know. How much even shitter it could be is what I mean to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think sometimes about these young guys, you know, all these people who died in like World War One, like they weren't even, a lot of them were kids still, you know, basically 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, you know. I didn't even know what really life was about, I suppose.
But in terms of what's it called, bombing of Dresden and Nagasaki and Hiroshima, like, are you agnostic on that, or would you be against that or in favor of it?
Well, war is hell, and the thing is, I would say, first of all, you have to see, well, who started it. Yeah. And if one country started it, and you're a peaceful country, you gave them warnings and you told them, no, don't do that, don't do that, don't do that. Yeah, please, look, you tried to do the diplomatic thing and they ignored you. Well, it does come down to the crunch of what you're going to do. Are you going to let them kill your people, or are you going to go in there and kill theirs? Yeah, to stop it from happening. And it is terribly unfortunate, but part of me sees another side to it as well. There's another strand to this, and that is, as loath as I am to say this, every country is responsible. Every citizenry is responsible for its own governance. And if you're in the hands of a tyrant, as difficult as it may be to get out of, it is up to you as a citizen to try and get out of that. Do you understand what I mean by that?
No.
Well, it's let me put it this way: if your country is being oppressed, or you voted for, say, for example, the Americans voted for Donald Trump, yeah,
Right.
but if Donald Trump starts shit, then they've, like, in many ways, if he goes and starts a war, right, and loads of Americans get killed, right, and then it comes to the crunch where, say, I don't know, but pick a country, say Venezuela or something. Venezuela isn't doing jack shit. Trump goes in and tries to take over it, and then Venezuela gets a nuclear bomb in through the back door, right, from Russia or something, and tries and blows up fucking, I don't know, New York or something. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you could say that's brutal. That's terrible, and it is terrible. It is brutal. But then, if you look at it from the other perspective, in this hypothetical, which I hope never happens, and by the way, it is only a hypothetical. I don't see America as evil, but if America, for example, started on Venezuela, they do have the right to self-defense. Okay, they're the ones being attacked. Secondly, if they warn the other country and say, don't do this, we're going to retaliate, we are going to retaliate. If the procedures of war are followed, there is a procedure. There is, generally speaking, a kind of a way of conduct, in war, and official lines are followed.
Well, yeah, like Canada retaliated with the tariff stuff.
Yeah, and so warnings are given, etc. And you could say, well, what does Venezuela want? Does Venezuela want millions of Venezuelans to die because of an unjustified attack on them, right? Or do they want to end it so that millions of Venezuelans don't die and America's stopped? And the problem is that it would take blowing New York up, for example, in this hypothetical, which I hope never happens. Now, how can you justify that? Well, because first of all, it's an act of self-defense. Venezuela didn't start this hypothetical war. Secondly, I think there might be some saying, yeah, but the Americans are innocent, they're civilians. And that is true. They are civilians, and it is terrible. And nobody, by the way, I also feel sorry for soldiers who die as well. It's not a simple thing. But if you look at it in one way, the Americans voted in Trump, so they have some responsibility for what Trump does. Do you understand?
Yeah.
And whether they like that or not, if you have to kind of deal with things logically as best as possible. Look, it'll be different if Trump somehow grabbed a hold of the fucking White House, as he nearly did, by the way. And he didn't have any.
The tyrant in, but you don't know the tyrant's going to make some moves against a fellow country. Like,
yeah, I know it is a problem. It's a huge problem, but at the same time, you can understand from the Venezuelan perspective, it's not all on the tyrant, is it? There are people around him. There are citizens of America around him, and they should be dealing with it. Do you know what I mean? Someone should be. And by the way, Trump, I'm not talking about you. This is a hypothetical. We'll just use a evil president, right? There are people around the evil president, all right, who could deal with him, who could stop him. Do you understand? But they choose not to. So it becomes an issue of the citizens. It's like the Kevin Bacon 6 degrees of separation. You know what I mean? There's people connected to people who are connected, and they should all be putting pressure on them to do something about it. You know what I mean? And if that isn't happening, well, then some blame lies with the citizenry. Now, it is very difficult, though, because I also appreciate in times past citizens, for example, in North Korea, could you really blame those citizens? You know what I mean? Because they are literally living in a blackout state. You know, they're completely indoctrinated. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's still a very difficult situation. But then again, it comes down to this terrible thing. Well, might makes right, you know, and it comes down to this terrible thing where, yes, you're right, but, you know, as in, like, it is sad. Those people don't know what they're doing, perhaps. But at the end of the day, I want my family to live, you know? And
Right.
you'll put me in a situation I don't want to be. I don't want this to happen either. And I might do it with tears in my eyes. And all I can say is, I hope it ends speedily for you. You know what I mean? That's all it can come down to. You know what I mean? What do you think yourself?
I think there is a certain threshold that we don't cross, so I'm against going overboard. Even as self-defense. Like, I wouldn't use white phosphorus on civilians. I think I think if that means prolonged war, that's the cost. But again, you know, there's no.
What about the calculations here, though? What about, like, the fact that prolonged war could kill more people than a nuclear bomb?
I think when people are at war and they're like, more lives lost without those war crimes is just war. So while some people will stack up the lives lost versus lives lost to torture, I think it's like the degree of the lives lost versus the amount of lives lost. Does that make sense? Like the degree that they died. So you can have like 50 people who are skinned alive versus 100 people who are shot in the head. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm against the skinning people alive.
Yeah. I know. So what about a nuclear bomb that just killed everyone instantly then in a region? What about that? What about that Satan 2? Have you seen that one? The Russian nuclear bomb that's meant to be. It's like it's this crazy bomb that could literally. They said it could take out.
They called it Satan. Jesus.
Yeah, there's already been a Satan 1. This is Satan 2. I think it can take out a landmass the size of France.
What the fuck?
Yeah. Look it up. It's basically a nuclear bomb that has. Yeah, it's a nuclear bomb that when it's about to when it goes through the sky at supersonic speed, it's unable to be caught. But when it starts tittering over a city as it's about to come down, it suddenly shoots off loads of them. So it basically has, I don't know, 12 or something nuclear bombs that shoot out of it and go in all directions.
Whoa, that's insane. Yeah. Damn.
And it's apparently it's got an amazing kind of payload, and it can take out a country the size of France. Yeah.
So it experienced 4 failed tests.
I mean, personally, I think the Russians wouldn't get off the ground. I think the Americans and I think we all have them covered. You know, I think there's satellites watching everything, and they know where everything is. And I don't think it would even get off the ground. But yeah, they still say
the fact that they even developed this and this exists is crazy. Yeah.
I mean, you'd be more worried about their incompetence in keeping it, you know? You know? I mean, keeping these things safe is a problem as well, you know, when they're stored, you know? Yeah, Rewilder says there are 2 sides to every story, including war. And that is the problem. Yeah, that is the huge problem. You know, there's always a tragedy on both sides. You know, there's civilians on both sides. You know, there's men, women, and children who want nothing to do with it on both sides. You know,
yeah.
There's idealists, people who want peace and love and all this on both sides. There's romantics. There's people that
you. Why can't we all get along?
Yeah, I'm the idiot, you know. But I don't think I would have been a conscientious objector, you know. I think I would have went to war. because I would have been pragmatic about it, you know. Even though I would have liked it, I probably would have went, you know, because it's like the World War II in particular was a scary time because it was really coming.
Yeah.
I mean, they got, you know, they were getting Germans were getting everywhere, man. So yeah, I probably would have. Although I wouldn't be happy about shooting someone or whatever, because I would realize they are just like me, you know, they're fighting for the man, you know.
I don't know what the age limit is, but let's say your country did a draft? Could you fight in a war?
Yes, as in like
Yeah.
I would be taught. You mean would I at my age? Yeah, they would. I think it's 45 is the cutoff.
Well, I mean, like mentally and physically, could you fight in a war? I know I can't. I'm just
I
fodder
think
for
I
the
think
cannon at that point.
yeah. I mean, I think I could actually now. Yeah, I think I could be. I think I'd be fit enough.
Like,
Because I've seen the
okay,
things. I've watched the wars in Ukraine and all this. I do keep I used to go on this stream a lot, listening to people talking about it and stuff. And I've seen a lot of the
okay,
videos and such. I mean, they are regular guys, you know, a lot of them. I mean, yeah, you have to have a little bit. You know, you have to have a bit of fitness, but you don't have to be running marathons or anything. You know what I mean?
okay.
Obviously, if you are in that position, then yeah, it'll stand in your favor. But this type of thing, you know, and also there is shooting, but you're not running around all the time. You know what I mean? But it's not like a medieval battle with swords. You know, you're in a position. Yeah, you might have to get the hell out of there sometimes, but mostly you're in a position and you're not like running around much. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's very sophisticated. Very sophisticated on the Ukrainian side, anyway.
You don't get back issues?
No, luckily I don't have any back issues. No.
Oh, you
Yeah.
bitch. I'm jealous of that.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what to say to you. Only they say the only thing for back is to keep your weight down and strengthen your core. But I don't know. I don't know, bro. I don't know. I don't know what it is. I don't know how.
You're not an office worker, are you?
Office worker. Is that what you said?
Yeah, like you don't work in an office
No,
for
no,
like,
no, no.
yeah, that's
Yeah.
probably why. Like for the majority of the day I'm just in a chair and
Yeah, I know. I know.
fucks you
I
up
know.
after a good 10 years of that stuff.
Yeah, it's really bad for you. And
I thought I was
I've done.
lucky because it's like
But you know, I think you just need to do some kind of. There is some. I've
well, no,
done.
I'm looking at getting a labor job now because
Yeah,
I
or
feel
even
like
go to some
I'm
kind
a
of exercise
60-year-old.
class. You know, a few nights.
But even if I did an exercise class, that's still the majority of my day
Yeah,
is isolated. Or sorry, stationary.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
It's just physically not a good
Well,
thing.
yeah, yeah. It's brutal. It is brutal, but that's the problem with working from home and working at a desk. You know,
Yeah.
it is. Jay says, for animals, life is all there is. For man, life is a question mark, an irreversible question mark. For man has never found nor will find any answers. Life not only has no meaning, it can never have one. Emil Chiron, yeah. Okay, thank you for cheering us up, Jay. Lovely.
Thank you, Jay, for your.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
speaking of JE, so
Mhm,
I was a few days ago. I was going down the Doomer channels, and
mhm.
I don't know why, because I think I looked at one or two, and then others pop up. Yeah, I saw JE everywhere, so I know where he hangs out. Where he used it was a year ago, so I knew what kind of content he was looking into.
Say that again.
So the Doomer content that I was looking at was like a year old, and I saw JE in the comments,
Oh, okay.
so I knew what kind of dark stuff he was looking.
Right. You were
But it's
found out there, Jay. Be careful
well,
with that shit.
yeah, I think he's gone away from that stuff.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Yeah. Mm.
But yeah, I'm surprised. Like, I still like to keep an eye out about what's going on in the. One thing I find fascinating is the Gnostic, like the spiritual stuff. and how they talk about antinatal. Like, it's just weird how they got into antinatalism. And
yeah, but they did and they didn't. You know what I mean? It's like everything. There's people who don't agree with it, and they think that. I mean, I can see the argument. If you're destined, if you're meant to be born, you're meant to be born. You know what I mean?
well, you know how like you had that panel, and I posted a mirror on it recently about how we worry about the pro-mortalism stuff, and you know the like that kind of.
Hello,
There's
Prophet.
other communities out there that it kind of has the same outcome, but they call it something else. So they're like, well, they're not going to call it suicide. They're going to call it escaping the matrix. You know, like it's just as dark, but they put a little spin on it. And
yeah, well,
and then when they touch shoulders with this scene, then I'm like, okay, what are you up to? and because it's so far detached from philosophical pessimism that I'm like, how did you guys get here? But you know, we touch shoulders, so
yeah. I mean, it's oh, the Wanderer is on. Hello to the Wanderer. You're muted.
Hello.
Hello there. Is that J.E.?
Yeah.
You called me the
Yeah,
Wanderer.
sorry, I was logging
They call
in,
me the
so
Wanderer, because I go round. You know that song? Yeah.
no, I don't.
It's a very old song, so I'm not surprised. Yeah. It's way before I was born, even. So there you go.
no dooming
Oh
and
boy.
no screaming aloud. What about gooning?
Oh boy.
What is gooning?
You don't want to know. Don't. You don't want to know.
Oh God.
Don't Google it.
If I search it, will I get in trouble on my YouTube algorithm? Let me just.
Yeah, you will. Yeah. Don't do it. It's not worth it.
I'm gonna do it.
No.
Gooning.
Okay, you're warned.
I think it's prolonged edging, right? Is that what it is?
Oh my God. Is that what it is?
I don't know. Like, Google it. Let me know now.
What is gooning? I'm gonna ask.
No, it's a euphemism. It's a euphemism for doing good dirty to yourself.
I thought that was
Basically.
cooming. Well, there's cooming, and then there's gooning.
Cooming is
There's
when you
two different-
come, right? No.
Oh boy, this is taking a really, really sharp nose dive.
Gooning is a slang term with roots in online sexual subcultures that's come to describe both a specific masturbation practice and, more broadly, an exaggerated state of excitement or obsession. Sorry. So extended sessions of masturbation in which one deliberately avoids orgasm, similar to edging, right? Often for hours. I mean, who can be bothered with that? Typically while watching porn and using some inhalants like poppers to enhance sensation. The goal is to
Poppers?
this is what they're saying here. The goal is to enter and sustain a trance-like euphoric mental state rather than climax quickly. I mean, what the fuck what are they on, man?
Hey man, it said transcendental state, right?
Yeah. So it's like
this is a form of spirituality we can get into.
Oh right, okay. So the cult of wankers. I have to start. the church of wanking. We gather here today to wank in our communal appreciation of the transcendental power of cooming. Yeah. Crikey. Okay. Well, thank you.
I mean, speaking of gathering together, it shows
Gen Z, Gen Alpha thing. Apparently, there you go. Thank you.
Go figure.
I mean, every generation has its vices, right? So I guess
it can be a prolonged edging to induce a trance-like euphoric state without climax. I mean, I bet you there's loads of people saying it's a bit like that no fap thing. Saying, yeah, you can do it. You can do it. You get to this state. I mean, it sounds like bullshit to me. You know, it sounds.
Yeah, they often talk about that with that. They say you can get superpowers and stuff. Have you guys ever experienced that?
No.
What they call superpowers is basically just your normal like manly things returning to you. Basically, it's not anything super about it.
Hmm.
Like for example, like some of them will say that women like start to like respect them more or be more attracted to them, and that's not a superpower. That's just you being a normal man without losing your testosterone every 2 days or whatever because you're gooning.
Yeah, but I don't know if it's as simple as that, is it? I don't think so. I think there's plenty of
No, I don't.
testosterone down there.
I mean, yeah, well, not only testosterone, but I don't know. I guess pheromones and stuff. I don't know. I'm not too well, like totally versed into biology, but I think that's what it is.
Why coon or goon when you can doom?
Exactly. Wait, you said you saw me on some channels. Which channels did you see me on?
Oh, I don't remember. It was like just general life sucks kind of channels.
Oh yeah, like Mark Antinatalist and Nine to
Yeah,
Five Slavery
yeah,
and all
yeah.
those guys. Yeah,
Corrupt system and all that stuff.
I'll be
yeah,
honest with you, I haven't really been partaking in content like I in the AN kind of Doomer kind of ones for a while now, so I don't know what's going on.
yeah. Me too. I don't really watch too many of them. Oh, Benedict Times the Vegan is another one, or The Truth Now is
Oh yeah,
as he calls himself.
I do occasionally watch Benedictine. I mean, I do like him. Again, he's another one. He's charismatic, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. He is.
I
Yeah,
don't.
Does he
I don't
count as a
necessarily.
doomer?
he
Oh
does.
yeah,
Yeah, he
he's
always
a
talks
big time
about.
doomer, man. He's a big.
Oh,
All he
Yeah,
ever says, you go on there every time. We're in hell, and every video is
yeah.
like, we're in the hell realm, man. And it's
But
like
he's so
1 hour.
he's so
Every
chipper about it. Like I don't know.
every video is like 1 hour of him saying we're in the hell realm and just walking
Yeah, no,
around
you're
like
right.
it.
You're right.
Yeah, and trying
But
to
he's
provide evidence
charismatic
that.
about it.
What?
Yeah,
He's charismatic about it, which is
Oh yeah,
weird.
he is charismatic. He draws you in.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't agree with everything he says, and I think he does. I find I love him to bits. If you're listening, Benedict, I do love you, but he does get a bit carried away sometimes. I feel, as we all. But I think he gets a little bit carried away sometimes, and says things that are unprovable, and he says it as fact, kind of thing,
yeah,
But that's okay.
yeah. Besides that, I like listening to him because, like, when I'm at work, it helps the time go by faster because he makes such long videos.
Yeah, that's the good
Um,
thing about him. You can put it on. Yeah, he's like a
yeah,
more. Yeah, he's like people used to say that about that in Mendham character. They used to like listening to him because it was like an hour of negativity. Now the thing about it is, it came with problems. It had strings attached. But with Benedictine, at least you don't have I wouldn't say you have as many problems. He doesn't say too many really dangerous things, does he?
no, no. From what I mean, again, I don't really watch too much of his content nowadays. But from what I remember, like yeah, he never advises people to, end it or anything. So no, I
I
don't
think he
think.
believes in the soul trap theory, doesn't he? He believes in that kind of thing.
Yeah, he's big in believing in that. Yeah. So yeah, but I've never come across him saying
What are
anything
your
dangerous.
current beliefs?
Me, I honestly, I'm not sure. I mean, I lean towards the soul trap theory, but uh, there was also this other doomer channel. What's his name? I forgot his name. He's a South African white guy. I forgot his name. Not Benatar, but
Say that again.
what's there's another Doomer channel. I forgot his name, but he also makes Doomer content. He's a white South African.
Okay.
And he
There's a few South Africans I've heard. I don't know which one, but yeah.
yeah he makes videos about the Soul Trap theory, and he put out a post on his YouTube, talking about how what is it again? I think he said something along the lines of where since we're infinite consciousness, like basically like an infinite amount of scenarios where it was always going to play out, and as such there was going to end up being a scenario one time where the God consciousness found itself trapped in a realm like this by its own creation, the archons, and he was saying that this is basically that timeline where like we were a consciousness that got trapped by its own creation because it was trying to explore its potential. And since this is one potential timeline, like it was inevitably going to happen to us. So I think that potentially can make sense. I think we've even talked about a similar theory on this channel already, I think.
Yeah, I tried to do. I can't remember exactly what it was, but I tried to do some weird equation, like a theory of everything, when I was a bit when I was awake all night, like I don't know, last year or something.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was something. It was shit. It wasn't great. It was something like time equals infinity causing all potentiality, something like that. But it was I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was basically that. And I was trying to make it into an equation. You know what I mean? But yeah, I mean the thing about infinity is they say it's not mathematically you're not able to use it for anything really. You know, it's just a matter of, you know, it's not usable really.
Yeah.
But yeah, I do think there is some truth in it, but who knows? I mean, sometimes I think that everything could just happen once, you know? That's another way you could look at it. It could just happen once, then it breaks down and doesn't happen again. But
Yeah.
I don't know. I like to think eternal recurrence isn't a thing, but then who knows? I mean, that could also happen.
Yeah.
If everything can happen, then everything can happen again, you know? And I do say, like,
Yeah.
if something happened once, it has a statistical likelihood of happening again, you know?
I say the same thing too. Like, and that's what makes me think that uh eternal recurrence, or even this guy's theory, what is it, subjective continuity. So
Yeah. I mean,
yeah.
it's not just one guy who says it. A lot of people say
Dude,
that. You know?
when next time we're supposed to have a chat someday. I want you to come on as well.
Who, me?
Yeah, because you've brought up Ted's generic. What is it?
Generic subjective. Yeah.
Oh yeah, we're meant to look
Bro,
into
you
that.
know how you talked about like how vegan gains and all these people have causes? Ted, I can't believe how long he's been pushing this thing.
Yeah.
And I mean, he's been successful. But out of all the causes to pick, this is an interesting one.
Yeah. He's basically saying that we're basically trapped in existence forever.
No, he's not. He's basically yeah. But basically, he's saying if it's not your child, it's someone else's, and it's all one anyway. You know, it's all
yeah.
You. Yeah. I mean, I've said this. I've said the same thing. I think it's not just him that has that idea. You know, it's quite a common idea. I think that everything is just one consciousness in different bodies. You know.
Yeah, that's panpsychism, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, panpsychism goes as far as to say even inanimate objects have consciousness. You know.
Oh wait, no. I think I think I did talk to him about it in the comments of one of his videos, that he believes that everything is one, and he said no, he doesn't believe that there's one consciousness. He just believes that like each like self or whatever like begins a new.
I get it. It's like it's like whatever causes life causes consciousness, and that consciousness is the same kind of thing in everybody, but it's just running differently. It's just having a different experience in different bodies. I get what you mean. Like it's not there's not like one
underlying consciousness.
Yeah.
But wait. So
I mean, there was the video. Remember that video on YouTube, the egg? I mean, there's lots of people have said these types of things.
Yeah.
So,
but he's obsessed with it though. I think
even that in Mendham has said it. You know, in some way or other as well.
Oh, he has.
Yeah, he's used it for the alternative argument. That's the reason why you have to be AN. But it's you know, but this guy is using it to say nothing you do makes a difference because if you don't have a kid, someone else will, and it's going to be consciousness anyway.
Yeah.
So he says you're better off concentrating on well-being, you know, and that. I mean, everyone's got their weird theories. I mean, there's a lot of eugenics going on as well. There's a lot of everything, you know. It's a lot of all manner of shit creeps in, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, so Brother Marcus, you said that there was gonna be a live chat sometime with Ted. When is it?
We never went that far, but we were going to talk about that kind of stuff, weren't we?
Yes, but also Ted reached out to like have a chat with me.
Oh, right, cool.
But
Oh, okay.
he already debated a few people that I don't know what I would contribute to. I'm always down to talk to anybody. It doesn't matter. But I mean, if I'm gonna talk to like fucking people about antinatalist sperms, you know, like I'll talk to anybody. But I just need to know like how to approach it because I know the non-identity problem is definitely something him and we can chat about. Because one of his objections to Benatar is like, how can it be better if there's no referent to compare it to, right? That's common, and that's something I think would be fruitful. But I mean,
Well, I guess it's in the same way as like let's say there was like a planet where there was like frequent earthquakes, right? Even though there is no one there to experience the earthquake, you would know that it'll be better for you not to basically leave things as it is on the planet with the earthquakes with no life on it than to potentially create life and then put them there to suffer the devastating consequences of being involved in an earthquake, I guess. So I guess it's a potential for good, I guess.
Maybe he would bite the bullet and say it wouldn't be better or worse. It would just be.
I guess. Or I think I think Lawrence uses this example a lot in his videos. He uses I think the philosopher Derek Parfit's example of what is that, broken glass in the woods or something? If you leave it there, like, and a child happens upon it, and they end up hurting themselves, you would be in the wrong because you left it there knowing that someone in the future could potentially be harmed by it.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I think his name is Derek Parfit. I think Lawrence he references him a few times in his videos, I think.
What if he's lying? Hey man, I'm an activist now. You should read Parfit. But it's true. Like, what if I'm lying about Benatar? What if he's lying about Parfit?
You're not gonna lie. Oh, I believe you're a good one. You're not gonna lie.
Well, what if Lawrence and I have a disagreement? Who are you gonna choose?
If you and Lawrence were
you have to go and read the book and make your own mind up.
Yeah. No, but I would choose Brother Marcus because he just seems more intellectually honest.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Shots fired. But yes, that thought experiment.
Have you finished blowing smoke up his ass? D Prophet says you're all vitalists now. It's too late for you. D Prophet, you coming on to give a sermon or anything? You can welcome.
I want to know what Prophet thinks about this whole antinatalism stuff. Like, is he? I just want to know because like he started off here to fight with antinatalists, and then a couple of years later, people become antinatalists. Like, what does that feel like from his point of view?
It'd be interesting to hear his.
Right?
Yeah. He's achieving his purpose.
Yeah, like is he just grinning like
he'll probably be taking credit for it somehow or other, like he's planting seed, you know. As every man should. There you go.
That's okay. JE and I will hold the line still, right?
Of course.
Good.
Really? Are you still an AN, Jay?
Yeah, I would.
Don't hesitate.
Yeah.
Stay strong. Stay strong.
I would say yes. But at the same time, like, uh, I've kind of also softened my position on it because I also realize that um, maybe morality isn't as black and white as I'd like to believe it to be, and so um, it. Who am I to judge someone for have? I mean, I will judge them, but like objectively speaking, I guess I can't like objectively say that it's objectively wrong for them to have a kid. It's just my own emotional feelings because of my own pessimistic point of view on life. So yeah, at this point, it's kind of filtered into why I've stopped watching a lot of the doomer channels, is because I just realized how pointless it is to be upset about it. So I've just kind of left it alone a bit. I don't really try to think about it as much anymore. Or it's like Lindell said, like it's a bit of a paradox because um even though I would always believe that procreation is problematic and isn't right to me. Like at the same time, I can't deny that there are people who are born who would end up saving. I think you've said this the same thing. Like saving the world in some capacity and reducing suffering. So it's
in
it's
a
a
weird
catch
kind of
20.
way. In a weird kind of way, if you remove religion, I think people are, except for AM people, kind of secular Jews in that they're waiting for the Messiah to be born, someone who will save. And there is a belief in them that a Messiah may be born, someone who can fix everything, And it's not
Yeah.
just one individual; it's like people, It's like, yes, there is that kind of archetype of the Messiah being born from a woman who will fix everything and make everything okay. But then there's also the kind of imagery of humans coming forth, like who will add to fixing things. It is the optimism thing, and we did talk about that
Yeah.
earlier about optimism versus pessimism. Which is better? Are they two cheeks to the one arse? Does it make a difference? Ultimately, which you are. I mean, that's an interesting point as well. Does it actually make a difference which one you are in terms of like actual effect on anything but your own life and the life of others? Is it better to be an optimist, someone who's happy, clappy,
Yeah.
and not showing a sullen face or being upset because that does bring people down, and
Yeah.
if there's nothing you can do about anything in terms of like if either we can fix it or we can't. If we can't fix it, well, what's the point in not smiling anyway and trying to make people happy? I mean, it's a very difficult
Mm-hmm.
one. But you
It
can be
is. Yeah.
you can be a joyful pessimist. But I find that a very strange thing. They say you can
Yeah.
be a joyful pessimist. I mean, that people do say that pessimism gives them a curious joy. I heard there's a guy who wrote. I don't know. He quoted me in one of his articles. I think it was in the New Yorker or in some fucking magazine.
Really?
He put my fucking hell video on it. Remember back in the day, I made that video that this world is hell.
Yeah.
He put that in the magazine, and
Wow.
but he was basically an ultra hard AN pessimist, and basically it gave him joy to be that pessimistic. He's an interesting
Wow.
guy, actually,
That's
but I haven't heard from him really recently. Do you know who I'm talking about? Curious
I was gonna
question.
say, is there someone that we know?
No, I think he literally wrote a book called The Joy of Pessimism.
Oh.
Let me look it up. He's a writer, he is a writer himself. Let me look him up.
so that's probably the most contradictory point of view I think I've ever heard.
Yeah, I mean, it might be worth reading. I mean, for him, it was just liberating him from like being attached to like samsara, I suppose, in some ways. In a way, I'm just using that terminology, but just like there is something like I find some people find liberating in terms of like not taking the earthly pursuit too serious. Some people can find that
Yeah,
liberating.
yeah. I mean, but that's. I mean, but I feel like that's more like nihilism than pessimism. I guess. I don't know.
Hmm.
But for some people, nihilism leads to pessimism. So it's a really tricky when you start to define like the different terms and stuff. It becomes a bit tricky because some of them tend to bleed into each other. So, like for example, right, some people
His
call
name
themselves
his
nihilists.
name is Michael Ellsberg. I'll get the article where he. I'm going to find the article for you now. 1 second.
There's so many different types of nihilism.
Yeah, yeah. So like for right, a lot of people in the AN community, for example, they call themselves nihilists and pessimists. But if you look at those two positions, they are actually kind of contradictory in a sense because a nihilist doesn't believe that life has any intrinsic value or that there's any meaning whatsoever to the universe, but the pessimist does believe um, in some sort of value, just that they value suffering, or they value the fact that life has more negatives to it than positives, so they're not actually a nihilist.
Yeah.
So people have to again, they have to be careful, like throwing around certain terms because they all get lumped in together. But people actually don't realize that if they took the time to look at the meanings of each of the terms, they're actually pretty different.
How would you look up a term?
Um, well, nowadays I've actually been using ChatGPT a lot, um, but if I were to be looking up something philosophical, um, I'd probably look it up on what do you call it? I think it's called there's this website. It lays out like all the different philosophical terms and their meanings. I forget the name, but they have an extensive list of all the different ideas and terminologies and meanings and whatnot, and it breaks down everything. But I forget the name. But that's what I would use. I wouldn't just use like the typical um, a Google search definition or even ChatGPT. Even though it's fun to talk to ChatGPT, but I wouldn't use it.
Is it an app on your phone? How do you talk to it?
Yeah, it's an app on my phone. Yeah. Well, I don't have the voice command level on it. I only have the basic version of it because I can't afford um the voice to voice talking feature. So I usually just type up what I want.
Okay.
Like how some people use it for therapy and stuff. I don't have access to that level.
Like, how much do you use it? Do you have chit chats with it, or?
No, I not really. I usually just use it to like make like art or like like fun ideas that I have that I want to bring to life and put in artistic form. I use it for that, or just to ask it like random facts and questions and um those sort of things.
Okay, cool.
What about you?
I don't use it. I
Oh, really?
I'm like hesitant. I kind of like observing other people use it as like I don't know. I feel like I'm a sociologist looking at another alien species interact with this thing, and I mean, eventually I'm going to start using it. I think. I mean, it's built. AI is built into every single app I use now.
Yeah,
I feel like it's going to get to the point where I can't use anything without it. But I'm putting it off as long as I can. I think I've used
yeah.
Grok 3 times. Yeah.
Oh
Yours
yeah,
only
Grok is another one. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think that's Elon Musk's own on Twitter. I think.
I don't know if this guy is still AN either anymore, but anyway, I'll share the link to the guy. I can't find his book either. He seems to be. He might have changed his direction.
The Paul Bloom or
There you go. I've shared his website. That was the guy. in the I'll share it in private chat as well. Yeah, so if anybody else wants to come on now, is the time.
Wait, but you said you can't find him anymore.
No, I found him, but I can't find that book, and I don't know. I
Oh.
can't find the book he had on pessimism, or that article. But yeah,
it looks like you wrote a lot. I bookmarked it.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't recognize the name, but thanks for sharing. Ellisberg, is that it?
Ellsberg.
Ellsberg.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's written a lot actually. Yeah.
Yeah, that's one hell of a resume. Good for him. I would have liked to be a writer. And you should really compile your stuff, DNW.
Yeah.
Yeah.
People have been telling me that for a long time now.
Yeah, I mean, I might do it actually. Well, I keep saying I might do it. It's funny because I tell you the weird synchronicity back in the day, because they were going on about that, right? And me and Savina were talking about something, right? And she was saying the same thing to me. And then I was saying, yeah, haha, I could call it do not read, yeah? That's what I said.
I remember that.
Do you remember what happened? And then when I came back to the house, literally at the very same time I said it to her on the phone, as I came back into my gaff, I got a notification from what's his name? Doom Wizard. And he literally said, as I said it to her, that I should call it do not read. Do you remember that? Do you remember I went on the stream and said it then?
I don't remember that part.
Yeah, that literally happened right just when I said it. And it wasn't even on after a stream of this was like on a Tuesday or something, you know what I mean? Because I used to just do a stream on a Sunday back then. Do you remember that, J.E.?
Yeah, I think I have like a faint memory of it. Yeah.
It was quite the coincidence, you know. And that it did freak me out a bit, you know. I do still get freaked out by weird coincidences, you know.
Yeah, I think it was in 2023, I think.
Yeah, maybe. Sounds about right. But yeah.
Wait, speaking of it, I think either like this month or I think next month makes it like I think 2 years since I've been talking to you guys on stream. I think.
How long?
2 years, because I think I started talking to you guys. I think around March, April, May 2023. I think.
Was it? Wow. Okay. Yeah. It
Yeah.
seems like longer. It seems like longer. I don't know why. But that's cool.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Happy anniversary.
Thanks.
Honestly, though, do you think it is good for you? Or honestly, I won't be insulted. Do you think it might be better that you never?
My condolences.
Yeah, exactly. in some ways might have been better if you didn't participate, brother. I'm just asking. Like, it is interesting to hear, because there is that worry, you know, that maybe in participating we're all dragging each other down the drain, you know, which is a worry I've always had, you know. But I do try to lift people up more. D Prophet says, I'm sure I joined my first stream about 2 years ago this time as well. Okay.
Oh, there you go.
D Prophet, the force of nature, came on. And he argued, he said he argued with Noodles about veganism and farming, oddly enough. And nothing has changed, you know?
Yep, yeah. Nothing's changed.
These two will go into the Bardos, you know, and they'll come out in the Angry Gods. What are they called? What are they called? The realm of the Angry Gods, and they'll be like
Hades.
D Prophet will be Jupiter, and Noodles will be Mars, and they'll be fighting forever in that. Oh, for that lifetime. They were born to fight each other, no doubt about it. But they still care about each other.
Yeah, like you said, they have a nice bromance going.
They're kind of like strange brothers, you know, sibling rivalry, you know.
Yeah.
Cousins rivalry, maybe.
Yeah, but speaking of, if it's you know, been better or worse to join the streams, I would say it's been better, because I feel like I've been able to, you know, have at least some form of community where people understand me and where I'm coming from. And you know, it makes me feel less lonely. And it's also, I've also been exposed to new ideas and ideologies that I wouldn't have known about had I not joined. So I think on balance it actually was better.
That's not necessarily a good thing. You know what I mean?
I know, yeah. You know, the more you know, the more you suffer. But I mean, I think it's better to know than to not know.
What are you happy you know now because of the streams you've participated in?
Well, like for example, I'm happy that, well, thanks to Brother Marcus, for example, he's you know, shown me a lot of like the dark side of the, you know, the AN YouTube space, for example, and you know, to avoid certain people and you know, certain channels. I wouldn't have known that if he didn't mention it. So that's one thing that I'm glad I know about. I would also say that I'm also like glad to be able to, you know, find out about all the different pessimistic philosophers and their beliefs and what they espoused, because it helps me to refine my own thinking, and my own critical thinking skills as well. So yeah, those are at least two things that I'm grateful for.
Oh, okay. D Prophet says he's glad he joined these discussions, as it seems he has single-handedly saved all our souls. There you go. He's taking credit for that. So
hey, well, while you guys get softer, I just get stronger. All right. So I'm going to be the next amendment. That's what's going to happen.
Right.
I'm the next. I'm the next anti-natalist vegan being.
But he's not. He's not. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah.
I'm going to go 10 times harder now. Nah, I'm too tired. That's too much energy. I don't even know if Stop Having Kids, are they still doing stuff?
At last I checked, I don't think so. I think they put out a video last month, I think, of a recent outreach they did. I think in February or March. But I think even Noodles and all said that they started to kind of slow down and not really do it as much anymore, because they've become discouraged by how how resistant people are to hearing them out. So I don't think we're gonna be doing too much again.
I always found it odd because if you have an option to convince people on the street to not have kids or to go plant-based, which one do you think is easier?
Plant-based.
Yeah, so like, I mean, whatever. If they tried it, maybe they'll do it. Because I know they're animal rights activists too, right?
Yeah.
So this was probably like a side thing that they wanted to try.
Well, I guess their idea is that antinatalism will automatically naturally also cover veganism, because if you don't bring more humans into the world, there's not going to be anyone around to eat meat. So that's basically like a 2-in-1 solution right there. So I feel like that's why they focus so much on the AN, because they feel like it can cover both having kids and not having kids, and also I guess not bringing more animals into the world to be exploited by humans.
It's oddly optimistic for a pessimistic worldview.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
What is that? Which is that? Sorry, Sorry, I was
Trying
looking at a message.
the idea that you can convince a significant portion of the population of antinatalism when antinatalism came out of a pessimistic worldview.
Yeah.
It's I don't think it's a necessary prerequisite, but like this whole Pollyanna optimism thing, like some of the activists or the activist contingent remind me of some of the optimism that I don't think is founded, especially if you just look at human psychology. You're going against. I mean, most anti-natalists.
It's going against evolution. It's going against evolutionary drives to survive.
And to think that you can go up against evolution, I don't know. That's hard.
I mean, let's be honest. And I don't think people are honest. Is like when you were in a good time in your life, hopefully you've had them before you like first tasted suffering, and someone said these things to you, you would say, "What the fuck you on about?" You know what I mean? You would, you know what I mean? And that's the truth of it.
Yeah. Well, I guess it shows that even the most ardent pessimists also have some form of hope. I think you've made posts on this. I think, right? You said that even the most pessimistic among us believe in something or have some form of hope. So yeah, it shows that it just proves that point through the stop having kids.
That was kind of in retaliation to some people saying there's no hope and like hope is bad, and I was like, you can't escape hope in this life.
Yeah,
you might as well try and craft it in your favor, basically. I was saying, because I was saying, look, you can say, look, there's no hope, I don't have any hope, but you do. You do if you're honest to yourself. You do have hope. You hope that things aren't going to get worse. I mean, even when
you're on an individualistic level or like cosmic or
individualistic, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You know.
Because let's say I have no hope. What are some examples that you could give me that are inevitable hope?
Well, I mean, even if you're on your deathbed, I would say you're hoping that that's going to be the end of it. You know.
Right.
Yeah.
I was just, that's kind of what I was getting at. Like I said, your last thoughts will be imbued with hope. You know.
Right.
Be hoping that this is going to get worse, or this is, you're going to be. You might, if you're fully cogent, like aware of what's happened, you might be scared, and you're like, I hope I'm going to be okay. I hope this is not going to go. You kind of hope everything's going to be all right. That I'm not going to know anything anymore, or I'm going to a good place. You know what I mean? There's going to be hope no matter what.
Yeah. Yeah, and you see it all the time in even on YouTube, where
Yeah.
A lot of people say that they hope that they're holding out hope that this life is the one and only life, and that afterwards there's this eternal like nothingness and thus eternal peace. So yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
I guess you can't
So,
escape hope.
guys, tomorrow night, what would you like to talk about? Anything in particular? Because when Friday night, I think we have that lady. If you're around, I think Mark, you said you might not be able to come around tomorrow, Eve, isn't it? Because you said you got a deadline, right?
Oh yeah, I got a deadline to meet on Thursday. Yeah.
So you might not be able to join all, or you might not even be able to listen. But
Depending on the time, I probably could listen.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything you want us to talk about tomorrow? Then maybe we can look up stuff, maybe, or even read if you want to read an article or something, or whatever. I don't want to read a whole book, you know what I mean? I don't mind reading articles, like a few articles, as long as we can get through them, but I don't want to read a whole book again.
Something on the quantum.
Oh, wow. Really? Now, I'd like to be more prepared for that, to be honest with you. Although we could do like a very trivial kind of glance at it, but yeah, I'd like to give that.
How about like common thought experiments, or has that been done already?
No, that hasn't been done. That's a good one. Yeah, like thought experiments, like the trolley problem and all these types of things. Yeah.
Yeah, that might be interesting.
Yeah, just to see where people are at with them. Yeah, what would they do? Yeah, that's an interesting one. That would be a good one. Why not? Get a list of common thought experiments and just ask people. Yeah, that's a great one. Why not? Okay, we'll do that then. Yeah. Cool. That shouldn't be too hard to prepare for. Just get a list of them.
Yeah, AI will probably give you.
Yeah, maybe 10 of them or something.
But cite your sources, please. I don't usually use Twitter that much, but there's like some arguments going on Twitter, and people are making reference to things, and I've been tweeting like the sources. I'm like, cite your source.
Yeah.
Citation needed.
Yeah, it is
Again,
true.
like if someone makes you gotta.
Do you know what though? I do agree with citing your sources because it gives you an avenue of where to look, right, for more information.
Like, why would I ever take anybody's word on the internet? I don't know. I don't know how. I met people on the internet who are like, "Oh yeah, that person on the internet said this. I'm going to believe them without checking what they said."
Yeah. No, that's why I like it, because it gives you somewhere to look for like further information, you know. But I will say I am a little bit of a communist in terms of knowledge. I think knowledge should be for everyone, you know. And what I mean by that is I know people want to get paid and stuff for what they've done in the past. And yeah, the credit can go to them in that way. But there's something in me that likes to see stuff open access. Do you know what I mean? I like to see information out there for people.
When I said cite sources, I don't mean closed sources, but I meant like, okay, let's say I make a statement. Derek Parfit came up with the trolley problem, and I don't link, I don't reference anything.
Yeah.
Well, how are you going to know it's a lie or true?
That's true.
If I say it confidently, it's a lie. By the way, he didn't. But
yeah, do you know what else is a lie? Churchillian drift, and I got caught by it, and so did you. You know this quote: "If you're in hell, keep going." He didn't actually say that.
Oh shit!
Yeah, it's Churchillian drift. I mean, he got credited with saying it, and there's no record of him having said it. And they don't think he said it. I mean, there's a few things. There's another quote as well that was attributed to him as well. Yeah, that's an example, because I looked it up the other day and I was like, when did he say it? And yeah, it's apparently it's Churchillian drift, they call it. He didn't actually say it.
Yeah, I had to correct some of my quotes that I've had on like my videos or my channel, because someone's like, "Hey, can't find the reference." I'm like, "Oh shit, okay."
Oh, by the way, you're very good at making shorts. By the way, you do find like good little moments. They're quite funny.
Yeah.
Cheers. Wow, thank you.
I like them.
Yeah, me too. The shorts are really funny.
I do like your you have a good taste in memes as well, doesn't he, Jay?
Yeah. especially like the cat ones. They're really funny.
No chickpea tonight. Speaking of cats.
Yeah. Taking her cat nap.
If anybody wants to come on, the time is now, because I've got a very important phone call tomorrow and I've got to get ready for that. So I do have to I'll be doing things in the background. I won't be able to talk too much, but I don't mind if you guys come on and talk. But I'm gonna take a back seat. So I'll wait for someone to come on. There's a seat there. There's loads of seats actually.
Do you still have the paid version?
Yeah, I do. As long as you see the Finding Gnosis logo, that means it's paid.
Okay.
Because you can only get that on the paid version. Yeah, it's funny because what do you call it? StreamYard have much less options now. You know, in terms of paid options. You know, they used to be cheaper as well. I mean, I remember I was going to go with Restream. Is it called Restream? Is that the one? Restream?
Yeah, that would be a good idea.
Is that is that like better or something? I know it's cheaper. I should probably go to it actually anyway, just for kind of economical sense, you know. But
the way I used to use OBS and I connected it to Restream, and then I would stream on Twitch and YouTube.
Oh yeah, I mean I could do that whole OBS thing as well, because then if you can be bothered. I mean I looked into that before as well. But if you connect it to Restream, you didn't pay for it. You had the free version, right?
DNW, you kind of cut out. You're far away from your microphone.
Not on your Bluetooth.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I walked away from my desk. I have my headphones on, and I was talking. I forgot I have the microphone now. So yeah, I was saying, did you pay for the Restream or was it the free version?
It was the free version. I think I got like 2 channels that I could stream on.
Yeah, and did you find it beneficial? Did you find it good? Because you've used both, right?
I've used both. So with StreamYard, it uses their platform through the web interface, and I find the quality is less. But when you use your OBS with a good computer, the stream quality is higher.
Yeah, okay.
Because I don't know, like, when you share videos or a slide, do you notice that your computer, like, the computer fan goes crazy? And
it did. I don't know whether I don't know what this one is doing. Have you been hearing the fan lately on this one? No. I'm on this new little. I've got the micro PC now, haven't I? That I use for this. Seems to be all right. I mean, I don't use it for anything else, you see, so it's got plenty of room on it, and I actually have a fan underneath it as well to keep it cool. So it's got a nice fan built into it, but I got a fan under it as well to keep it cool when it's on. Because I was thinking, it's only small. I'll probably get hot, you know.
Can you connect it to a bigger screen so you can?
Yeah, I'm using what is this, about 40-inch screen actually now.
Okay.
I've got it like in a. Yeah, it's a 40-inch TV basically. I'm using smart TV that I've got it plugged into.
So what happened to your other computer? Are you going to do anything with it, or?
I've got a laptop that I use for work. I don't use that for anything else. And but the other one that broke for this, I could look into fix. It's to be honest, if it's not an expensive one, but there's a few things I'd like to get access to that are on it. A few little files. There was a file for a website I had before, and basically I had a few problems with. I got a template for it. And the template, what happened? Oh yeah, the people that were hosting it for me, I think I mentioned this before. They were Russians, and they were real dodgy. No offense to Russians, but it was hard to deal with them, and they kind of left me on my own with this template after they hosted the site for a year, and then I basically had to find a way of uploading it again somewhere else, but. Because it was like an archaic template, and it was what was it made with? What's that one called? Apache, yeah. And it's quite old kind of coding. They don't really do websites with that much now, I don't think. PHP is it? It was old stuff. So, yeah, it was a real headache for me at the time. But I still want that file that's on there because it has a lot of data on it that I want to utilize, you know.
Can it still boot up, or is it completely crashed?
What no, it's gone, man. I mean, it's gone. That particular laptop is completely fucked. Like it can. The problem with it is its connection to where you charge, but the screen doesn't work on it anyway. I had it plugged into the TV, so the screen doesn't work. I mean, it's completely fucked. You know, I have a few netbooks. You know what I mean? But they're the cheap ones. You know, it was kind of like a netbook kind of mini laptop kind of thing. You know,
Okay, yeah.
14-inch, I think it is. Is it? I don't know. Maybe more actually. No, it's about 17. That one. But
I have to buy a new computer because Windows 11 is mandatory after this year.
yeah, what's that about? I got a
I don't
notification
know.
saying Windows 10 is fucking ending in October. I'm thinking, fuck you, man. I mean,
I
like,
know.
it's like, wow, you bastards. They've gone. That's what Chrome does as well. You know, Chickpea was telling me to buy Chromebook. I was like, yeah, good, but it'll only last about 2 years, and then you'll have to get another one. You know.
I mean, they
Yeah.
used to offer legacy support before, but now they're just like, you have 10, get fucked. And I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah, basically, yeah, and
Yeah.
it's like they use. Do you remember I think that it's like Windows 95. They only stopped offering support for it about 5 years ago or something crazy like that. Do you remember?
Yep.
It was like they were still offering support for Windows 97 or something crazy like that. I remember reading it a
I
few
had like
years.
XP or like Windows 8. They supported that for a long fucking time.
Yeah.
But
I got this message
10?
from
Like,
I have
why would they
I
just
have
give
Windows
up
10 on
10?
something. I have Windows 10 on something, and I was like, fuck me, it's not that fucking
It's
archaic,
not
is
that
it?
old. No.
Yeah.
So now I have to
Yeah.
drop a couple of grand to fucking I'm annoyed by it, but it is what it
Yeah.
is.
So
No,
what is it? You have to get a new operating system. So are you going to be able to run a new operating system on your computer, or are you going to have to get a new computer? That's the thing.
I have to get a
have
new computer. Yeah, my computers can't run Windows 11.
Oh right, yeah.
And I have
I think that's going to be the
I
case
have a
for everyone.
few. I have a
I
few
mean,
computers, so I'm kind of pissed off.
yeah.
I spent a good amount of money on these things.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know much about it, but I know my friend runs Linux on computers. I don't know how he does it, but I don't know is the answer how to do any of that. But
technically, if I still want to, I mean, I can't do my work on Linux, but
this is the problem exactly. It might do if you want to use the computer for other stuff like streaming or watching YouTube stuff. You might be able to run Linux on it or something, you know.
Yeah, that's true.
But and then use it for that, you know. I mean, it's good to separate your work computer from your socializing and streaming and browsing. Anyway,
I keep trying to do that, but I keep failing.
oh no, I think it's important, you know. Definitely, if it's your laptop, it's not so bad. But if it's theirs, yeah, you got to do it, man.
You know how bad it is? I get anxiety now when I delete my work email from my phone because I just keep wondering if an urgent email will come in or not, and that's unhealthy. Like I don't get paid to be on call.
No.
Yeah.
Have you ever thought about being like it's not that much money. Have you ever thought about being a support worker or anything like that?
Like, what kind of support worker?
Well, like supporting people with mental health, or like, you know, like in accommodation,
God, no.
or in
That's
like
just day-to-day
youth work. Yeah, it's draining, isn't it?
support people with mental health. That's just coming on this stream, man. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah. No, it's true. It's true. It is what we do anyway. We've all got our problems. But, no, but it is draining as well, emotionally draining. You know.
Maybe it would be less emotionally draining if it was a job. I don't know. I have a friend who works as a counselor, and
Sorry, we lost you.
She does a good job of counseling people.
Yeah. I mean, I thought about becoming a counselor myself, but then I thought, fuck me, that's fucked up. You know, I'm a major depressive, and it's like, how can I? You know what I mean?
Yeah, but if you look at the history of a lot of these therapies, they came from people that struggled with these conditions.
Yeah. I mean, I read about that. I remember reading, or I didn't read it actually, but my friend has a BPD or something, and she showed me some book by this woman who has it, and then she created a whole therapy around it, like how
I
she
forgot
got
her
better.
name. Yeah.
Guys, I'm just gonna get a drink. I'll be right back. I'll D Profit. Nobody's coming on, no. I'll be right back. Yeah.
I thought D Profit would show up. I would be curious what he thinks. I'm curious what you. So are you? Where are you veering off into with your interest, JE? Hello. Oh. Can anybody hear me? Well, I can read something. Oh, I deleted all my ebook.
Yeah, I'm back. Sorry about that. I don't know what happened,
Did
Jay.
you
I think
lose
he veered
JE?
off into his interests. Yeah,
Well,
yeah. I mean, it's very difficult to know what to do, isn't it? I definitely want to get out and about and do some more stuff like hiking and traveling. Maybe a little bit of traveling. I used to do a lot of traveling, you know.
you should plan a trip.
Yeah. I think I'm going to do some kind of camping or something. I was thinking, you know, haven't done that in a while. My friends want me to go camping with them.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, I think it would be nice. They found this nice little island. It's inland, but it's kind of like on a waterway, but it's kind of secluded, and they go there quite a bit. They've been going there since they were a kid.
No.
But it's kind of out. It's out in the country. Not many people know about it, and it's an island, secluded. And so yeah, they've got a. It might be nice to go there. They're a real funny couple actually. They're lesbians, and yeah, they're cool women. They're friends of mine, and
Nice.
they bring a few tents, bring the dog. Yeah, I do. I definitely want to get back out into nature more. You know, a little bit. You know, not that. You
During
know,
the summer, like, do you have outdoor activities that you usually do, or?
Yeah. I mean, I go out every day. I do go out walking in parks, and there's woods near me and stuff that I walk in. But it's all inner city. You know, it's wood, like it's city. It's in the city, but there is woods. There's a lot of woods in London. You know, and they're quite nice. So
I used
I
I
do
used to
get
go
out.
hiking every weekend.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm talking about getting out. You know what I mean? Like as you say, going hiking way out of
Or
the
like
city.
going to a cottage with some friends and
Yeah, that type of thing. Yeah.
canoeing or kayaking and
Oh yeah, I used to love canoeing when I was a kid. I used to love it. I used
yeah,
to love
don't stop,
canoeing.
man.
I
You
used to love
should.
canoeing in the sea. Yeah, and I remember once, I think it was about 9 or 10. Me and my cousin were doing it, and
Nice.
we were on this beach, and there was no lifeguards on the beach, but they were hiring out canoes, and me and my cousin, we saw this boat on the horizon, and we just canoed out to it. And it was miles. I don't know how far. The horizon's about 3 miles, isn't it? So it was really quite far out in the sea, and it was scary, man. Because when we got there, the boat was actually anchored, but it was stationary anyway. Whatever. Motor was off, and because it was going up and down, and it was a big ship, so it was kind of sucking us kind of under. You know what I mean? Because the
Whoa, that's
water.
scary.
Yeah, it was very scary. It was really terrifying. And oh god, yeah. I remember getting like there's another time I went canoeing in the sea, and I don't know what it was, but there was something tapping the back of my canoe, like some kind of whale, and it scared the shit out of me. It wasn't a dolphin, it was something else, and it was like really giving me like hitting me quite hard, you know. And it, oh god, yeah, that was scary. Yeah, I did like I was a little bit of a adrenaline junkie, you know, when I was that young, you know.
Mm.
Not as I got older, not necessarily as I got older. Like I did a parachute jump jumped out of a plane.
I have not done that yet. I would like to.
Really, yeah. I mean, I didn't want to do it at the time, but
I
I did it
haven't, I
anyway.
haven't done bungee jumping and
Yeah,
parachuting.
I honestly think if I did bungee jumping, I'd probably die. Honestly.
What? No, you can't.
Yeah, yeah. What?
You're attached
Well,
to a band.
no, just from the kind of nervous, just from like going up. I mean, just blood pressure. I don't have blood pressure problems, but I just imagine something would go wrong. You know, it would just be too much for me, man. I remember going to some theme park in. Actually, what was the last kind of? I did actually go to a fairground last year, actually on Halloween, around Halloween. I went to a fairground and I was on a little, like it wasn't like a fucking theme park. It was just a fun fair, and I went on some kind of ride at that, and that was bloody fast, man. Shit. I survived that, so maybe I'm all right. But the last time I went to a proper theme park was years ago, man. I was about 23, something like that. And I went on this bloody ride. I went on a few rides at that, and I just had to lie down after each one. But I think at the time I was probably drinking and doing stuff, so maybe that was it. But yeah, it was. I just I like more kind of just.
You ever do rock climbing?
Yeah, I did a bit of rock abseiling as well. That's good. But in terms of like rides and stuff, yeah, I think I like the kind of last summer I got on one of those kids' little steam trains, the fucking tiny ones in a park. With a few of us got on one. You've got those over there, right? The little miniature trains. So that was funny.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I kind of like just chilling out now. I'd happily get on one of those, those lazy river ones where you get like in some of these water
Yeah.
parks where you just get a big rubber ring, you just sit on it and you just float around.
Yeah.
Yeah, that type of thing would suit me now.
Yeah, but now it's summer. Summer's here. You should get out.
Yeah,
into
I tell you what I did enjoy, and it honestly it awoke the warrior in me, and it's quite scary actually. That was paintballing. I think I mentioned that before on this channel.
Ooh, paintballing. I haven't
you ever
done
done
that since yeah, a long time ago. Yeah.
I loved it. I absolutely.
That's a
I
good
found it.
workout too. Holy shit.
Yeah,
I remember
yeah,
my
yeah.
legs were so sore the next day.
Yeah. We had
'Cause you're crouching a lot and you're like, there's a lot of movement and
there's all these different scenarios. We're trying to do things. I mean, I remember one of the scenarios we had was there was this like square of woodland, and in the middle of it was a kind of a tower, quite a high tower with snipers on the top of it. And basically, your job was there's two teams, one at each end, and they had to get a VIP from one end to the other without getting the VIP shot. Basically, yeah. That was the job, and you had the snipers on the tower trying to shoot you as you were doing it, and every time you got shot, obviously you lost a man. So I remember I managed to get up to the tower by myself, and I was really quite proud of myself because it meant going on my belly and like just doing all kind of theatrical, movements. And I managed to let off a few grenades inside the base of the tower. So I smoked them out. I mean, I don't know if it was strictly in the rules or in the spirit of the game, but yeah, that's the way I am though, I do think outside the box, as you know. So
yeah, thanks for mentioning that. I would like to get back into that again. That was fun.
Yeah, it is fun. It is fun, and it does awaken a weird something in you, doesn't it? Yeah. Very strange. I couldn't believe how much I enjoyed it. Like, it was worrying. I was actually quite worried. Like some weird dormant warrior gene was awoken in me. Yeah.
I think the reason I haven't done it more often is because it takes a lot of organizing.
Right. Yeah. I mean, some of them over here, you can just turn up like 3 or 4 of you, and they just put you in a team. You know what I mean?
Oh, wow, that's nice.
Yeah. So they have like, say, there could be like, I mean, me and my friends went at that time, and there's only about 6 of us. And we were and basically when you got there, like you weren't necessarily put on the same team as your friend, but you were just put on a team. There's 2 teams basically. It's like the blue team and the red team.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
And then you were always fighting the whole day. It was just that kind of thing. Actually, if I remember rightly, we were on the same team. My friend got serious lesions on his back, you know, that day. Like, he got welts, man. I got shot in the head. It didn't even bother. I got shot in the back of the head. It didn't even hurt.
Whoa.
You know,
Yeah, those things sting.
they can sting. Yeah.
Yeah.
Some people go to them wearing newspaper under their t-shirt to try and stop the sting. You know,
Ah, that's cheating.
that is cheating. Yeah, you have to accept the battle scars. You know.
Yeah.
So I don't know what happened to JE. Disappeared. Anybody coming on? Oh, he's going now. JE says, "Sorry, I have to go now. Enjoyed the conversation. Hope you guys have a great night. Lovely to have you as always, JE. Take care." So if anybody else wants to come on, please do. Other than that, we can shut it down if nobody else wants to come on.
Do you know what you're going to do?
What do I know? What I'm going to do now? Now is that what you mean? Or
Tomorrow.
Oh, right, tomorrow. No, we're going to do what you said. We're going to do the thought experiments, right?
Okay, cool. Yeah,
common thought experiments, like popular ones.
Nice.
Yeah. Why not?
Right.
It's just an interesting one. I mean, yeah, I worry. I just think it is interesting, you know.
Wait, what do you worry about?
I worry about people getting rigid thinking, you know, and I mean, you kind of need to be sane. I mean, it's funny, isn't it? Sanity is deemed stability, yeah, but sometimes stability, well, it isn't just stability. It's stability that is tinged, that is optimistic, you know, to some degree, or realistic, I suppose is the right word. But then, how realistic is realistic? You know, no. What I worry about is people just holding on to things when it doesn't do them any good, and when it may be true, but you know, in some ways it's not as well. You know what I mean? It's all just relative, you know. And if they could just step outside of their trauma or step outside of who they are somehow or other, they could maybe open themselves up to different experiences, you know.
Yeah.
But it was sad to lose a few people recently, you know. That's on the stream, as I said, but that's life, you know. Can't please everybody.
Wait, what do you mean recently?
Well, poor old Lacey, you know.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that was disappointing because I think she liked it, and
she did. But you know, these things happen, and you know, if it's up to her, she knows she's old enough. She knows what's good for her and what she wants. So good luck.
And she
to
could
her.
always come back. I'm assuming.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course, you know.
Who's the second?
I mean, I do think about that sometimes, like opening up. Now, I am a man who I believe in. I'm not talking about her, right? But I do believe in redemption. You know, I do believe that you do need to open up possibilities for people to come and talk to you. You know what I mean?
Right.
Sometimes people that you haven't agreed with in the past about things. You know, I do believe in that. You know, as bad as it may feel to do that, I don't think you should shut people off completely in life. You know. If you're in disagreement with them,
Right.
because I feel that if you're virtuous about it, you disagree with them because of some moral issue, and you want them to see things differently. All right, you want them to be moral, you want them to be good, you know. And if they're not in that mode, well, you know, it's not a good place to be, is it? So, I mean, part of me would like to bring people out of ways of thinking. You know what I mean? But I also know it's not up to me as well. You know, it's how they react and how they talk to me as well. You know,
Right.
and if they're so, I am open to people coming on here who have fallen out of me or whatever in the community who just show a different side. You know, a more kind of a side that's good faith and a side that's polite and a side that's willing to talk without being too attached. You know what I mean?
Yeah, my channel had a reputation kind of like that. I don't
Yeah,
know
I
how.
remember.
I don't know how I feel about it now because it takes a lot of energy.
Yeah.
Because the last two people I talked to that I disagree with was like Danny and John, and those were
Are
like
you saying
2 hour conversations.
Danny that topped himself?
Danny Shine,
All right. Yeah. Because you
and like
spoke to
both
the
of
other one as well. Yeah.
I, I did.
Yeah, but Danny came on your live stream, didn't he? Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
with Andrew, and I mean it turned out okay.
Yeah. I thought
Uh,
it went fine.
yeah,
I thought it went really well. Yeah.
but
I
like
enjoyed it.
I wanna like take the portion out and put it as a single video. But I think it was like close to 2 hours as well. And I I don't know. Like lately, I've been thinking, is it just a free for all, or is it just like, is there some type of direction that I'm trying to go in? And I don't know where I'm at. Um,
Mm. I think you can stand your own ground, to be honest with you. And I think that even if you do talk to people you're in disagreement with, I think you're doing it in good faith. I think it shines through. So, and I think you don't have to do it though. You know what I mean? Don't feel under any obligation. You know what I mean?
yeah,
And I'll be honest with you. Sometimes I personally wouldn't feel strong enough to. You know what I mean? Because I know that it's going to cause drama and it's going to cause anger, and nobody's coming at it. And by the way, I'm not being egotistical here. I've been like this before in the past as well, but I feel like people need to relax a bit. You know what I mean?
yes,
And not be so attached to what is just idealism. You know what I mean? It's just wanting something to happen when we know it's not going to happen. You know,
right, yeah,
and that's really the truth of it. Unfortunately, you can be right about something as much as you think you are, but it doesn't mean it's going to happen. Doesn't mean it's going to solve anything. You know,
right.
and
Yeah.
it'd be just nice if people could just chill out a bit and have a conversation. You know,
I think
it's good
that's
to
what changed recently with me as well, because I've been watching some of the debate bro stuff, and one thing that I know stepping outside of that world is if you're emotionally reactive, you can't think critically. Like
uh,
you're working off of like adrenaline,
yeah.
and you're not having a good conversation and slow thinking, and yeah, like I think I would refuse to participate.
Yeah, I think that's okay. I mean, there's the way things are and the way you'd like them to be, and the truth is they don't meet. You know, and it's unfortunate, but that's just a matter of fact. You know, and I don't know what this is, or it is part of the human condition to want to defend and attack. You know, defend your own ego and attack others, and it is all about ego. You know,
Yeah, but
um,
that's what I want to. So, because like you're trying to find knowledge and truth, right? And part of that is kind of detaching from the ego, in my opinion.
yes,
Um,
and being willing to be wrong,
yeah,
and
yeah.
also being willing to know that there's no good answers, and
Because one thing
appreciating that.
I try to keep in my head is that I'm not trying to prove to the internet or you or anybody that I'm like 100% right about everything. What I'm trying to do through discourse is try to be made aware so that I can be less wrong. And
Yeah.
if I can continue pushing forward in that type of regard, then
Mm.
I'm more comfortable. There were times in the past where I got heated on your channel, and I don't like it afterwards, even if it's entertaining or whatever. It's like
Right.
it's not.
Well, these things happen, you know, and it's like it's part of the maturing process as well. I think, you know, I do think you do change, like throughout life. Even as you get towards 40, you change. You know, um, you just have life experiences, and you just see the way the world works, and the way it doesn't work. You know,
Mhm.
and you know, it's just part of the process of aging. In many ways, it's whether people like it or not. It's one of the good things about getting a little bit older is to look back and realize that you know you were a little bit crazy about thinking certain things in terms of thinking there was any hope to change things, you know, and just chilling out a bit. Getting to chill out a little bit is a good thing, you know. lucky for
I don't know.
some that they get that. Some die
I've
in the
been-
heat. Some never get that opportunity
Wait, they don't get an opportunity for what?
to chill out. You know what I
Oh,
mean?
yeah.
They get killed by the insanity of it. You know what I mean? So
Correct.
they top themselves, or they cause havoc, or they die from the stress of it all when they're younger, without ever
Yeah.
realizing it was all just insane bullshit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They never actually got to think that. They never got to realize how insane it all was. That it wasn't going anywhere. They basically got slaughtered for something that was never going to be solved, you know, and they never realized that.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I don't know if you get this type of dopamine hit by getting older, but I get a real dopamine hit with nostalgia.
Sometimes, you know, sometimes I do get sentimental and stuff. Sometimes.
Like especially if it's something like an old song from the 80s or 90s, or a TV show, or like
Yeah.
just fashion or anything that like I haven't thought about it. I'm
Mm.
like, oh shit, I remember that from like 20 years ago. And
Yeah. It's a thing. It's why, like, there's 80s nights and 70s nights, and now there's
I
1990s
used to
nights.
think those
You know?
things were so weird, and now I totally
Now you
get
know
it.
what they are. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, now there is 90s nights now. You know.
Oh, that kind of
I mean, there's probably, I don't know if there's 2000s night, like, you know, zero, like what are they called, fucking the noughties nights. I don't know what you call them. But there's definitely 90s nights now, you know.
Yeah, that's
So,
trippy.
yeah.
Because the 90s don't feel that long ago, but it is.
I mean, there really should be. I mean, I can remember 80s nights in like the, say, early 2000s. So there probably should be nights now around the millennium out there for people who want to go out and hear music from like 2000 to 2005, that time, you know.
Have you ever gone to those things?
I've been to, I used to go to an 80s nightclub now and again when how long ago now? About 10 years ago. Only because it was open on a Wednesday night and there was nothing else open. Actually, no, it's about 15 years ago, and it was all ages that you went to. It wasn't just older people. It was all like, I was younger at the time, so it was all like young people and old. It was just because it was open on that night, you know.
Yeah.
And it was somewhere to go, and it was kind of like it was a bit of a karaoke bar as well. So it had like karaoke and 80s music.
Did you do karaoke?
I didn't do it there, no, but I have done it before. That was like a nightclub karaoke. You know what I mean? You had to kind of. I wasn't interested in doing it actually. I didn't like. I don't know. I wasn't interested in doing it. I used to go have a little bop there, but I have done the karaoke, yeah, but not there. I do like it is nice karaoke if you get up and do it.
Mhm.
Singing is very good for the soul, you know, very
Yeah.
good for your well-being. And you got to say fair play to people who get up and have a sing, you know, song. And it takes a lot of it's definitely a little hurdle that it takes to overcome at first for people, you know.
Yeah.
And I do respect people who get up and do it, you know. Yeah. So, you know, but all right. Listen, you know what we're like. We could stay talking all night.
Good night.
I'm gonna have to go, bro. Sorry, but I definitely have to do something now before I hit the hay. So yeah, we'll leave it there, and
Till
we'll
next
try.
time.
Yeah, we'll come back on. We'll do the thought experiments, and I'll play your favorite outro now for you. So if I can find it. Okay, nice to talk to you, Marcus. Here we go, guys.
Truth is fleeting, shadows call. We search for meaning, we question all. The path is winding, the veil is thin. Beyond illusion, let the journey begin. Seeking knowledge, breaking chains. Through the echoes, through the pain. One more question, one more spark. We chase the light inside the dark. Keep your mind wide, stay curious, and let wisdom guide you. Let us hope we each seek what we're meant to find. Make Gnosis bring you peace of mind.